Right, fingers crossed, that's all working as it should. Welcome all. And if everything is working right, please comment below. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you hear me? If all is good, I will start prattling on. And welcome everybody to the show. I suppose we can call it a show, can't we? By now. Talk all manner of different things. There you are. Yes, I was about a minute or so late. Sorry. Well, I'd say technical bits, but I was just getting stuff sorted out, to be fair. So more my fault than everyone else. So, who's in the house? Evening Jay, MK says, who you fancy win the Masters this year? Oh, that's a really good point. Background. It's like you knew. No, it's a really good question when it comes to, hello Ian, hope you are well. Who do I think for the Masters this year? That's a really good question. Tiger? Maybe not. It would be lovely if Tiger could win, but I don't think, unfortunately, he will. Will he even be there? That's another question. But I don't think it would be good for the Masters if he was there. I think, but he already said when it comes to a interview he did not so many weeks ago, he was saying that actually I think he doesn't want to be like the ambassadorial role. So if he ever gets to a point where he really thinks he can't compete, he'll just basically quit. Which is a shame, I think. Arnie, Jack, Gary Player still is great ambassadors is, depending on who, for the game. And I think it would be good if Tiger was to continue something of that ilk, but I can understand, yeah. The nature of his personality and his winning character, yeah, being out there to make up the numbers is probably no fun whatsoever. But yeah. Christopher, hello, how are you? I hope you're well. And Don is in the house as well. Hello, Don, how are you? Right, so the topic of conversation for today, if I can get everything going at the right, it's always the difficult thing, making sure everything's working. Everything is working as it should. Good. So topic of today is going to be coaching. It's going to be one of those topics where I could get myself in a bit of trouble for, because everyone has a different opinion of everything, which is fine. But I've got itchy YouTube nose. Well, right, so very, very quickly, I have got my YouTube drink as usual. I will block it off, and I'm not quite sure. Oh, hang on. It's red. There you go, for the people that's my hydration for this evening, because I reckon it might be a long one this evening, because I am quite busy at the moment, and when it comes to everyday life rather than just YouTube, but everyday life has caught up a little bit, and it means that I might be a little bit quiet for the next week or two. I've got, well, I could go into, well, later on we'll go into the depths of what's going on in my personal life at the moment, but right, what I would like everyone to do would be comment below. Are you having lessons at the moment? Yes or no? So I want to kind of get an understanding of who's watching, how many people are having lessons. If you are having lessons, that's good or bad, depending on how they're going. Not every single time you have lessons, it all goes well. The whole idea sometimes, actually, depending on what kind of stage you are with lessons, that you need to break it before you can fix it. Now, I don't necessarily, this time of year is the wrong time to be doing swing work, as in like proper swing work. If you're just within reason, just kind of like topping up on certain things or working what you've done throughout the winter or the off period, and some people are still in that winter off period, working on your game, on working on swing changes that you've done, say in October or November, and then you're coming out the back end of it, I can, yeah, definitely get it. But this is not the sort of time that I would ever suggest to be doing swing changes. Neil's saying, yes, lessons with my coach, 25 years plus. Good. Well, yeah, 25 years. Wow. Is that with the same coach, Niels, or is that with different coaches? Steve, hello, Mr. Butcher. How the devil are you, sir? Hi, Jay. Yes. Yes, you are having lessons. Good. But yeah, when it comes to lessons, let's flick over to the other screen so I can see. There we go. Chris basically saying no winter off period, but joined an indoor simulator league. Yeah, that's good, yeah. And the swing is getting back to form. We'll consider lessons after my new irons arrive. Oh yeah, I heard, Chris, what are you getting? Didn't we have a conversation, or didn't we have some, I can't remember now, whether I saw, was it a Mizuno something I saw on a forum? I can't remember, I don't know. Ken, hello, how are you? We will chat. Yeah, have it in the head. So, yeah, winter off league's gonna be really good. Oliver Muggleroy saying, I am not having personal lessons. I do break down my game weekly at the practice area for 2 or 4. Okay, yes. How do you break? I do break down my game weekly at a practice area. How do you mean break it down? Do you stand at the practice area, go through what you've just done, as in that week's play, understand where you've missed shots, understand where your game needs to go and stuff like that, and then critique it that way, and then work on your, possibly, that would work, yeah, definitely. I mean, especially if you're keeping database-driven understanding of what you're doing rather than just feel, but yeah. Don, good at the moment, busy with training, better contact with irons, yes, strike is absolutely key with everything, well, absolutely, but with irons being obviously on the deck, the small ball first before the big ball is quite an important thing. Chris Sandals, considering Mizuno, but got fitted with the past Friday, and it's between P790 and Ping I525. Okay, so Chris, in that sense, what is your miss when it comes to your strike point? Is your miss lateral or is your miss vertical? If your miss is vertical, then P790s have a much more forgiving bottom to them. When it comes to a 525, much more forgiving in the terms of forgiveness laterally, so toe and heel. But yeah, that's the difference between them. So depending on what, if you know your own strike point, again, if you're working on certain launch monitors, they don't give like properly good, accurate strike data, so you do have to well, sometimes a bit of a pinch of salt. But if you're working on Foresight-based stuff, strike stuff is literally to the, well, 0.1 of a millimeter now. Foresight are at a point of where they're within 0.1 of a mil. Like, that's required, but it's good, I suppose, having something that's accurate. So Don says, and I visit a putting coach once in a while. Good, like coming Wednesday. I tell you what, when it comes to putting coaches, we spend so much time doing stuff over there in front of, well, you can't really see it, but you know what I mean, whatever which way it is, with quad and stuff like that. I'll tell you what, you can see it. You spend so much time over there doing these things, you know, in the top, you've got the top 2 cameras, you're seeing different shots and all stuff like that. You spend so much time doing that, where you don't spend a lot of time when it comes to the short game and putting. How many strokes does even a good putter take? Against, I mean, yeah, that's just one golf club. If you're taking 30 strokes with a driver, you're having a bad day. But yeah, commonly with a putter, if not more. I feel my miss is low and sometimes heel. I rarely draw the ball. So low would gravitate towards P790. Heel would be slightly I525, but if on the basis of as long as your heel shots are okay, on basis, I'd go P790. I would. Have I missed anyone? Have I missed anyone? Have I missed anyone? Neil said, yeah, same coach when I started golf. Clover from Simon's Golf Club in Denmark. Wow, that's impressive. Going to the same coach for that period of time, that's good. Especially if you think and you feel you're getting exactly what you want from that one. I mean, a lot of people don't find that. A lot of people never find the coach which connects with them in the right way. And you don't know what I'm saying. You don't have to be bosom buddies and don't have to sort of like swap Christmas cards. Okay, I hate Christmas cards anyway. Don't like cards. For humbug. But especially if your characters match, and more than so anything else, as long as the coach knows how to articulate any kind of instruction in a way which your brain interprets as the correct action, you're winning. Ian says, never had a paid lesson. Wow. Only one I've had was a free 15-minute check with a pro at my first club in '94. Got to 4.3 on my own after that. Don't have lessons as I get bored practicing the lesson. That is a really, really interesting point. A lot of people, we are human beings and we need a differing level of amount of assistance. So when it comes to certain population, they're very good at mimicking, they're very good at understanding what they need to do and interpreting that in a way that they can tell their brain what muscle to move and how to move it to get the desired result. Other people have to be drip fed, other people can be manipulated into different movements, some people, and there's so many different learning styles. And yeah, some people you get like Ian, who's got down to 4.3 with literally no help at all. And I don't think 15 minutes counts, so that's effectively no help at all. We've done it on his own merit. And then when it comes to the other side, people can have hundreds of lessons, but they're still super high handicap and they never get it. But again, that's the beauty of humans being a spectrum of, yeah. Don says, and a fitting is also a lesson. It is, absolutely. A fitting is a lesson and lesson is a fitting, because when it comes to just the human, we're not just talking about the human. The human doesn't hit the golf ball with their hands, they hit it with the golf club, and they both interact in a way to make the golf ball do a certain thing. So just to think that a lesson is just there to purely just manipulate a human being biomechanically is wrong. No different to when it comes to a custom fitting. Okay, a lot of custom fitters aren't coaches at all, and they're there as like commission-based salespeople, which is again wrong. But yeah, again, it is a multifaceted thing getting better, and just going and focusing on one thing without understanding that you have a symbiotic nature, a relationship. So yeah. Claire says, hello Claire, do you give one-on-one lesson? Yes, I do. I've stepped back a little bit from doing that, I must admit, since concentrating on YouTube far more. So yeah, when it comes to my coaching time, custom fitting time and stuff like that, I still do, but I'm stepping right back so I can get balance right. So when I was at the Very Golf Range in 2022, my balance was off. I never got really a chance to. I mean, okay, that's not necessarily absolutely fair, because I had a lot of projects going on outside of work as well. I had a house renovation to do and all that lot. So, and it's been going on for, because it's, yeah, there's a project. And so that took a lot of time. So when it comes to, I had to very much so juggle balls, and unfortunately the YouTube ball I was constantly dropping. And so going forward, I wanted to step back away from doing that so I could then dedicate more time to doing YouTube. And unfortunately this week, or this coming week, and the week after maybe, it might be a bit thin on the ground when it comes to YouTube content, because that little thing has caught up again. And I need to catch some more balls. So, Chris saying, I'm leaning P790 based on the dispersion I had during the fitting. Yeah, and again, if that's a low dispersion or low strike point dispersion, yeah, then that will definitely favour the P790. Absolutely will do, just because the tungsten placement is much more centred within the P790, similar to a Pro 225, where an i525 is much more toe heel based. So, but Claire, are you having lessons at present? What's your handicap and stuff like that? It'd be interesting to know. Don says, looking at P770 blended with a P7MC. Oh, Don, what a nice set that would be like. It really would be. Or MP 225 and 221. Love the feel of forged irons. Okay, so yeah, I mean, the interesting thing with P770 and Mizuno Pro 225 is actually, if I was being honest, from the P770 feels really good, considering it's a marginally hollow-bodied iron. It's a marginally hollow-bodied iron. It's not a full P790. P790 is a full-on hollow-bodied i525, 225 kind of idea. 225 is a chromoly-based tungsten hollow-bodied rocket for an MP Mizuno Pro. But yeah. Neil says, characters match for sure, good. And I get what he says, brilliant. That's why I have stayed. also good. I think it's important to not shop around in different training directions. I end up confused and not mastering anything. Yeah, I tell you what, there's an interesting take on that, because you are right, in basis you are right, absolutely. The interesting thing about sometimes going to 2 different or 3 different or 5 different people is that, so if you imagine coaching is this is the easiest way to imagine coaching, because custom fitting is a science. Custom fitting is maths and physics. So effectively, if a custom fitting is done correctly using diagnostic equipment, launch monitor based stuff, and obviously communication two-way, blah, 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 that you have, or you should have in a custom fit, as it's science and physics, the only part which mucks up the process would be the human brain. But effectively, the standard fit, or the proper standard fit, would match regardless of who you are. Yep, it doesn't matter. You should have the same result. You don't get the same result because people do things different ways, and fitters do things different ways. Margin gets in the way, commission gets in the way, sales of certain things gets in the way. There's lots of things that gets in the way. When it comes to coaching, coaching is made, wherever you are in the world, if you say, like, I want to get to a destination 100 miles from where you are, or 160 kilometers, I think it's the 162 kilometers, whatever it is, what the conversion is, doesn't matter. There are probably 10 different ways you can get there, of all different shapes and sizes. Obviously, you've got the quick route via the motorways or freeways, wherever it'll be, and then you've got other ways where it's longer, a bit more scenic and stuff. And we are talking about humans are like roads. Some people do not like motorways and say, look, I want to get to there, but I don't like motorways, so you can take me a different route. So you've got 10 different coaches, may have 10 different directions of where that same person, that same golfer needs to get to, but they go there different ways. And so when it comes to coaching, it's opinion based. When it comes to custom fitting, it's science and it's physics and it's maths. So effectively, really, there shouldn't be that much difference. There shouldn't. Yeah, sorry, Don, that's all right. I added in the 2 and the 2 rather than the 5, but yeah, 221 and MP 225. Having a split between 225 and 221, I'd probably, if you want to split it 7-iron, I'd probably do 2 7-irons if that's had some good success doing that in the past, and it works really, really well. Ahmed says, I see you tried out the 7-iron in the JPX 923 Forge, which is made of chromoly. It is. It would be interesting to get your opinion on the 8-iron pitching wedge, which are made of 1025E. Well, effectively, if anyone has ever hit a 1025E steel Mizuno, then you'll know exactly what that feels like. The reason why they have the transition of technology is because as loft goes like that, technology works differently. So as loft gets to a certain point of where deflection plays much more of a role than forgiveness, then getting rid of the technology is advantageous when it comes to proper gapping. And that technology in a lot of irons doesn't just stop, it kind of graduates. Sometimes, I think it's within the 225, isn't it, that you've got different parts stay in there, then drop out depending on what loft it is. But yeah, that's the whole idea. But if, yeah, when it comes to the 8-iron pitching wedge, it will feel lovely, because they do, because it's 1025E. Am I right in saying 1025E is obviously the grade, it's the carbon richness of the steel, but the E is something like the purity of it, if I remember, and E is quite a pure, yeah, kind of got the idea. Neil says, YouTube is my alternate training input. Oh, that's dangerous. Try to use that as seasoning to the main training meal. You can do. Dangerous sometimes, I must admit, when it comes to YouTube, because obviously YouTube, like me at the moment, I'm saying this to a camera and all you guys are watching. If some of you turn around and said, right, Jay, I sliced the ball, how do I fix that? Well, I could give you a reason, a way to fix it. However, if I had 10 golfers and I say the exact same thing, I could be very much so responsible for making number 1 better and number 10 worse. That's the problem with YouTube. It has to be a one-to-one thing. You can, as long as it's one-to-one, it doesn't matter. There needs to be some form of understanding from the coach's point of view and the client's point of view as to what the problems are, where the problems stem from, and how to fix them. And that can only be done when there's a two-way kind of conversation. Martin's thank you very much. YouTube drink. Yes. Hang on. If I do it this way, I don't think you can see from the back there. There you go. So there I've got, it's red, and I might be on a little while today, because of the nature of the fact that I've got so much work to do behind the scenes of YouTube. Yeah, YouTube drink. Can't show it. People might get a little bit unhappy. Other drinks are available and all that lot. YouTube drink, says Martin Reeve. I think when it comes to lessons, you may have to accept that you may go backwards before you actually get better. Well, that is very true. So depending on what kind of lessons you have, absolutely. If you're going for quite structured, we're breaking a certain part of the swing down, which you are compensating for in different moves, then by all means, yeah, you break it, and it's much so better to do, say, I'm a fan of doing October, November, the time when, if anything, the season's starting to drain down. You're not be playing too much golf in December and stuff, especially January with the snow and all that. And some people have still got snow. And you know what I mean. But yeah, do the work whilst it's cold and you're not playing much, so by the time the season starts again, you've done the majority of it. And really after that is just keeping on top of it. But yeah. Martin said also, yeah, it's a strength and grade of steel. Yep, I think it was something like that. 1025E was, or 1025, I thought was the amount of carbon or something. So when I was in college, or many years ago, I won't say the whole story because it involves a little bit of swearing and some people may be offended if I did, so I won't. So I had a materials professor that was going through the like with steel and how much carbon it's got in it, and obviously then how brittle it makes it and how malleable and how strong and stuff like that. And he had a scale, and it finished, he'd done it in a very funny way by adding carbon. It done this and it made it even harder, and it made it really hard. And then add more and it makes it really hard. And then after that was JC hard. And he went, JC? And he went, yeah. I don't want to say it, just in case. But it was, the way he delivered it, it was very funny. And I remembered it still to this day. It was funny. Right, so yeah, when it comes to coaching, what I wanted to get through today was, Don, oh, here we go. I think it's important to have a rapport, click with a coach. Absolutely, yeah, it's a two-way street. Absolutely. You want to get better in something golf, and a good teacher will look how he can adapt his teaching to you. Yes, everyone's different. So it doesn't, I mean, that's just in life in general. If you need to like teach someone something, it doesn't matter if you're trying to teach an apprentice to do a certain job. It's not just understanding and saying you're the apprentice, I'm the professional at doing it. You need to learn. Well, you know what, the teacher's got to take some responsibility for understanding how that pupil learns. Everyone learns differently, and if the pupil is going to do their job effectively going forward, and also the teacher effectively needs to be doing their job properly by teaching that pupil in a different way, depending on what their learning styles are. Some people learn more by doing it, some people like to see it, some people, I mean, yeah, there's so many different ways. Quenching in oil. Ah, there we go. I like that idea. Yeah, I tell you what, there was actually some wedges that were heated up really hot and then quenched in oil, and they make that really kind of really interesting spectrum colour. Looks absolutely wonderful, really does. I've thought about doing something similar to that to myself. It would look, some wedges will look, whoa. Yeah, very nice. I'm a chrome fan, of course I am, absolutely. But I do like a little bit of custom, shall we say. But yeah, so, right, so when it comes to coaching, if you look at some of the people on tour, and obviously, you comment below, who is the most wacko swing on tour that you know? So before I carry on, I'll give you a chance to write down in the chat section there who you think has the most wacko swing on the tour. Like, it can be any tour, doesn't matter, just stick a wacko, and if I don't know who they are, I'll have to Google them. But yeah, when it comes to the main people, I mean, like Matty Wolf is one of them, but yeah. Right, I'll flick over to the other screen, I can see the writing bigger. Don says, flip side, is that you do what he teaches and train. If you don't make the effort, he can't do so much. Well, excuse me, YouTube Windies. Don, you're right. So when it comes to any coach, it doesn't matter if you're the best coach in the world, you're only as good as the person in front of you. And so you do get different people. I mean, I've had people that you see their swing and stuff like that, your first time you see them and think, wow, here we go, this is going to be a fun one. And they learn quick. They surprise you and they, wow, I mean, yeah, they do. Other people, they struggle, and it's difficult. Sometimes you do have to question yourself. You have to look at yourself and say, look, do you know what? Am I the person at fault? Am I the person who's not articulating what I need to in the right way to get this individual to understand what they need to do? And you try many different routes. Again, we talk about the same destination, but you try so many different ways of getting to the same place. There's no point going down that road. I need this golfer to do this, so I'm going to give him a drill, and if I'll just keep on doing that, and I'll keep on doing that, and if it doesn't work, there's only so many things you can do, obviously, and then after a certain point, you do have to then think, okay, can we play with it or work with it? But yeah, Oliver McGrory says, Sessions Outdoor would be my R10 behind me using Awesome Golf, PRGR radar besides it. Session 120 shots, 2 hours, wedges short, medium, long, irons, woods, handicap 15. Well, if you've got, I mean, when it comes to the validity and the accuracy of some launch ones, especially the cheap ones, there's always a question mark over it. Absolutely, yes, there is. However, if you're finding that you're getting consistent enough information that you can deem a trend from it, absolutely, then it will work. I mean, that's all launch monitors are there for, is to basically show you in a way that which you can understand what you're doing wrong. And if any launch monitor does that to a point of where you know what you need to work on, absolutely. Chris says, Bubba, yes. Bubba's got a really interest in everything. His swing's not hugely weird. His setup is massively weird. His follow-throughs are interesting, but by that time the ball's been hit. But yeah, Furyk has got a really, I mean, I've tried messing around trying to swing like Furyk. It's not easy. No, it's not easy. It really isn't. Don says DeChambeau. Well, Don, DeChambeau has changed. If you were to look him over, I don't know, 5-year period, even a 5-year period, the swing has migrated into what it is now. PRGR is known to be very accurate for speed reading. Yeah, so when it comes to radar, certain things with radar are very, very good. Other things with radar on the cheaper side aren't, but yeah, there's certain aspects of, like PRGR is an example. Yeah, definitely, absolutely right, 100%. So we got, I mean, Mr. Scheffler, what do you think about his follow through, his footwork, his everything? So we've just named but a few that have some, Matty Wolfer has some really strange actions. Now, who would ever teach that? So from day one, if you ever met them as a junior or whatever it be, even as a young adult, who would ever teach them in the way that they have now, well, we're seeing on TV? You wouldn't, absolutely wouldn't teach that. It's so blooming difficult to time everything. Now remember guys, okay, there's a difference. This is where coaching comes into it, as you have to understand this, is the fact that everyone within reason, unless you're really fortunate to have retired already, have footwork strange, loose with got, yes, yeah. Loose is an interesting action. So guys have got jobs. They've got work life, they've got home life, they've got things that they need to do. Golf to them, or golf to the vast majority of people, is a pastime, it's a hobby, it's something that they do for fun. So they haven't got 8 hours a day to practice and program in that action that they do time in, time out, time in, time out. And so, yeah. Martin says you have coached with what the players got. To a certain extent, you're right, you do. When it comes to biomechanically, if there's only a certain amount of range of motion, absolutely, you have to deal with what you have. A lot of the time though, it's quite surprising just how flexible or how able an individual is to get into positions they just don't know how to, and also with the correct use of releasing certain body parts through whether it be stance, hip action and stuff like that, to allow them to gain more turn or something like that. Yeah, but it's, you're right. Basically, you do have to work eventually with what the individual has got at that time. And obviously, remember, we're talking about players, clients that, depending on how much work they want to put in, it's depending on kind of how much they can progress. Because obviously, if we are talking about, let's say it's a biomechanical issue, being able to turn and stuff like that. If they can't turn, then yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them to do it. But that's something that you can work on. And so again, it comes down to a coach is there to show you what you need to work on. It's down then to the individual, how disciplined they are in making sure they do it. Oliver says, Matthew Wolff or Jimmy Buren swing? Well, Jimmy Buren swing, yeah. Matty Wolff, I think is quite, yeah, every single time I see it. I mean, there's some people have actually tried sort of doing the knees. I'm due try the single plane Mo Norman swing, only for fun. It is tough to get right. Well, arguably mine is more of a one plane swing. I'm fairly flat when it comes to what people perceive as, well within reason, yeah, I'm fairly flat. So, but I've got one plane, so effectively I don't have to worry about the C curve that you get. I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about coming back at a certain point and then lifting up and then having your hand path and everything working on different paths constantly, or different parts of swing at least. Mine don't. Mine run straight back, straight down. And it does look flat, yes it does, but then again, I have found as a passage of time that when people haven't got all day to practice their very funky moves, that having least oh hello, what we got going on here? My phone's is an interlude. No, nothing important, so we'll carry on. Yeah, having least things to go wrong, so least moving parts, is possibly the best way forward when it comes to being consistent when you haven't got all day to practice. So there we go. Cool. Getting a bit chilly in here today. I might have to turn the heater on, or just wear some more clothes. I might have to wear some more clothes, although it might get in the way of the mic, so I might just have to turn the heater on instead. Oh, the problems that we suffer with. Should I put on a top or not? Right, has everyone finished their questions on there so I can carry on with what I was about to talk about? So effectively, if you were talking about an individual has got a really weird action, say let's take the classic heavy fader. We won't go slice, but heavy fader. Now, if you're talking about a heavy fader with no speed, that's a bit more, well, tricky, because as soon as you're fading the golf ball, you're coming across it. Rather than hitting it like this, you're doing very much so like that. You're coming across and not being very efficient. So what we're needing then is we need to look at the individual to see if we can make them more efficient. That's the whole idea of swing changes, especially if you've got no speed. If you've got enough speed, it doesn't really matter that you're coming across it a little bit, because you're bullying the golf ball through the air. So you look at things slightly differently. I look at someone with speed and they're hitting the golf ball good distances and stuff like that. They're just not the most pretty of people when it comes to their swing. I don't personally care. Don't care what you look like. I just care how functional you are and how repeated you possibly can be. So when it comes to people that do some weird and wonderful things, it all comes down to their ability to be able to practice that thing. And if your practice regime was 2 or 3 times a month, unfortunately, and there's not many exceptions to this rule, but unfortunately you're not going to get much better. You need to either be putting in a boatload more effort, as in that may not be possible because of work and family life, but if you've got a certain type of swing and it is built on compensatory actions, then you are going to have to do a lot of work to get better doing the action that you do. And yes, there will be an argument of if you change that action initially, you'll be worse. Yes, that's true. But as you start learning it, it won't take long then to have that much simpler swing work for you, at least as good as it was beforehand. And obviously with the potential then if you carry on to get better and better. That's the whole idea of it. It was interesting, who said earlier on about the equipment, and who said that earlier on? A lesson is a fitting is a lesson, and lesson is a fitting as such, which I absolutely, yes, Don said that. A fitting is a lesson, yes, that is absolutely true, 100% right. I cannot agree with that more if I tried, really couldn't. The amount of times that I've had people in for a fitting, and I've said to them, again, I can say this, and I can say this in the past because it's true. I don't make commission, or I didn't make commission when I was doing it like properly or a lot. I didn't want any part of commission because of the fact that in some way potentially could bias me to try and then want to sell as much product as I possibly could do to the individual, which is wrong. Absolutely wrong. Don't agree with it in the slightest. The product should be good enough to sell itself. Absolutely. Just, yes. If it's not, then you either not got the fitting right, which is possible, absolutely possible, or when it comes to people which have got swing faults, which are far worse than what they would gain from any fitting, I've got the ability, or had the ability definitely, to be honest with them and just say, look, there are certain aspects of your swing which are not advantageous to you getting fitted today. And if you want to get fitted, I will be honest with you and I'll say, we need to do this, this, this. However, I would suggest that we look at a couple of things in your swing first to make what fitting you're going to have much, much, much more, shall we say, useful. That would be my point. But yeah, again, having that ability to be honest like that only comes from when you don't make anything from the transaction. As soon as you start making money from the transaction, potentially in people, it will taint their what they say going forward, which is a bit of a worry when you're talking about equipment is so expensive. It is. I mean, the amount of 4-irons that I see get sold, yeah, like when it comes to 4-irons, especially, unless you are talking about an individual that has got a requirement for it because of the golf course or the environment that they play. And I don't mean, the people that say, I need a golf club that I can like hack a golf ball from underneath a bush. No, I don't mean that. Dynamically de-loft a 7-iron or a 5-iron even, but don't just buy a 4-iron on the idea that I use it from a tree. That's an expensive tree club. But when it comes to most people don't have the speed to be able to use a 4-iron properly, let alone have it in their bag as a normal thing to do. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. My phone is going crazy. Who keeps on pestering me? Go away. It's nothing important. When I say nothing important, I check and make sure that no one's emailed me. No one's emailed me, so again, and that's, well, no, plenty of people email me, but not necessarily the ones that I necessarily want to, in any way, shape or form, reply to at this point. So, right. Now, obviously, we're going to be talking about coaching and stuff like that. However, by all means, whack down on the normal comments. This is a standard Q&A. If anyone has any requirements for any discussion, by all means, whack in the comments below, and I will tackle them as we come along. I'm pretty certain. Did I say thank you to Martin earlier on for donating £5? I'm pretty certain I did, but I just want to double check. Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate it. It's very kind of you, very, very kind of you. Right, right. Ahmed says, what speed would be a prerequisite for a 4-iron to be justified? Well, with a 7-iron, I'm 92, 93 miles an hour, fully warmed up. With a 4-iron, I'm around about 97-ish. I can get the old girl up to 100 if I need to, but standard 97-ish miles an hour, give or take. Now, this is all dependent, obviously, on dynamic loft as well. If you're talking about me, I'm a fairly bland, boring person when it comes to my delivery. I don't de-loft past what I call my hula hoop. If anyone's had a hula hoop before, you know that thing that you wiggle around your hips. When your angle of attack matches your D-loft. So if you've got a 30-degree 7-iron and you hit 4 down, that means then if you deliver 26 degrees, 30 degrees, 26, yeah, minus 4, you are then basically going, you're not compromising your hula hoop, your low point. You're not basically moving in wrist angles beyond what you should be with your angle attack. So I'm fairly boring when it comes to that. Martin, I think I'll get you on straight away because I'm keen to answer that one. So when it comes to speed, if you're someone who swings at my speed but then has the capacity to deliver more dynamic loft as a general normal rule, then I would say that's a potential. If you're swinging anything, I would say definitely 90 miles an hour with a 4-iron or less, not a chance. That is why you have hybrids. You can deliver so much dynamic loft at that speed. The problem is you're just going to be so inefficient with the strike because you're going to be deflecting so much. At 4-iron, what you need is the speed to bully the golf ball through the air, and so it gets to the peak height because it's going on that lower launch angle. Because ball speeds up, it stays on that launch angle for longer and it gains peak height that way. I can use a 4-iron functionally, but I have to hit it as high as I possibly can do, which then becomes a one-dimensional golf club, of which I don't like. So I go straight to a hybrid. That naturally hits it higher, straight away hits it higher, and then I can hit it higher if I need to, but also lower if I need to. So again, that's why I transitioned at 4-iron to the hybrid, because it's just much more functional, even at my speed. So John says, my daughter had a playing lesson at the weekend. She found it a great learning experience. Yes, it is. Sometimes though, when it comes to playing lessons, if you're doing a playing lesson at the course where you are at, with the coach, with the pro, which is attached to that golf course, you can quite easily do that. When it comes to other coaches which aren't attached to the golf course, it does become a little bit of a, well, a lot of coaches won't necessarily do it because it's not very cost effective for the coach or the individual to do it. Obviously, if you're not based at that course, you have to then drive there, spend an amount of time there and stuff like that. So if you're doing it like a playing lesson with the coach that is attached to that golf course, absolutely. It can be really, it's one of the best things ever. It can be very much so. Martin, go on. So he's donated another £5. Thank you very much. How long would you averagely take for a fitting? Some of the large stores are too quick. Right, okay. Right, so I charge for every single thing I do. Yeah, so that's a nature in life. We all do that. That's how we earn money. That's how we survive, right? So that we all know the understanding of money. Everyone does that. However, when it comes, I used to be terrible, and I still am terrible when it comes to my timekeeping. So I used to always allow a buffer zone between appointments, purely because when it comes to a custom fit, absolutely, I mean, okay, there's certain things in a lesson that happens the same way, but a custom fitting, absolutely. You don't want to get to an hour and go, right, yeah, your hour's up, so grip doesn't matter anyway. You just choose whatever you want. Yeah, okay, yeah, have that one, do that. You don't want to do that. The grip is blooming important. It's the only thing that you hold. So getting the grip right, and I don't normally prescribe to the old classic how big your hands are so you automatically need this kind of thing. It's not. There's a lot of feel-based stuff, and you have to test to a certain extent how someone reacts to certain different grip size. So it's important that you spend the time you need, not the time that they've necessarily bought. I have gone over quite a few times, considerably, as in a half an hour over, as long as I've obviously got a buffer zone the other side. But it is important that the person who's paid for your time, sometimes they're kind enough to say that I've took too much of your time up, I'll give you a little bit extra. And then again, the individual, the pro at the time, or the fitter at the time, can either take that or not. It's up to them. But it is important that you get it right. The client is dumping a lot of money, and you can't afford to skip over it and just, it's not important. It is. And so you take the time that's needed. Simple as that. Right. What's your choice of grip, says Ian? Oh no, sorry. Have I missed some? Christopher, I missed you out. Sorry, fella. My fitter quoted $20 for a spine build of each iron. Can you explain what spine might be? So, puring, basically. It's, okay, everyone has a different view. So anyone knows what shaft puring is when it comes to the spike. So there is, before I go into it, write down what you guys think. If the people that know about it, tell me what you think of it first, because I personally, and this is Chris, it's only my personal opinion, right? So I'm not saying I'm right, I'm just saying it's my own personal opinion. $20 for each iron. Don't waste your money. That's my own personal opinion. It doesn't make any difference at all. I haven't found, well, no, I've not really felt anybody, or found anybody that had felt the difference when you blind test them. But yeah, Ian says, what's your choice of grip? What's my choice of grip? So, my irons. I've got, and I've run for quite some time now, just a standard Golf Pride Tour Velvet +4 with 2 wraps of tape. So 1 wrap of tape more than standard. It's not because I've got bigger hands or anything else like that. I'm a medium glove, but I just like a slightly, when I say slightly, I mean it's, okay, it's a +4, so it's standard at the top but slightly thicker at the bottom, so it doesn't taper down as much. So a normal grip would go taper down further, where this one, because it's a +4, it retains some of its thickness down the bottom, so it's just a little bit bigger in the bottom hand. So yeah, I like the feeling of something a little bit thicker in the bottom hand. And then I add a wrap of tape, 1 wrap extra, so it's got 2 wraps of tape, that's it. And yes, before anyone goes, that is my grip. Yeah, we are talking about not a baseball. Baseball's like this, unless I'm wrong. Again, Americans, please jump on if I'm wrong. And it's not a lady's grip, because I don't have to be a lady to that, and it's not a 10-finger grip because I have 2 thumbs. So I know I'm being pedantic, but it is the point. Right. Tattoo Guy says, what do you recommend as a drill to gain speed? I'm quite the slow swinger, even when trying to go at it. Would love something to work on. Right, okay, so basically what you need to understand is, where does that speed need to come from? Niels, it's already on the case. I like that, Niels. Well done. Jump in, by all means. Other people, if you feel that you have got something to add when it comes to someone else's question, by all means, do what Niels has just done and jump in and see if you can help, because it's all useful stuff. Right, so let's have a little look. Tell you what, let's go flick over. So obviously it's going to be a bit more difficult for me to, oh, here we go. Oh dear me, I've been sitting down for too long. Where am I going? Which way round? That way round? That's kind of, which way are we going to go? That way round? Yeah, we'll go that way round. There you go. Get my trusty golf club. Right, so people, when it comes to speed, there's many different ways you can train speed. You get speed sticks and all different things like that, absolutely, right? However, main thing I've found when it comes to, first of all, understanding where the speed needs to come from. If you're an individual, like I taught, and I won't name him, starts with a K. I saw him a week or so ago now, and he's got quite, at that point he didn't have a very big backswing whatsoever, and he was stopping like here. Well, he's a fairly youngish chap. So we're not say youngish, I mean everyone's getting old, but he's fairly young. So we're not talking someone that is in their 70s or 80s and only swings back this far and goes through here and does all little bits of flickiness and stuff like that, based on the fact that they're getting older and they've lost the elastin in their body and they can't move anymore. You have to do different things when you're talking about people of age-related biomechanic issues when it comes to stretching. So we worked very much so on understanding how to swing, trying to gain a little bit more movement. And we're not talking trying to get like the golf club back here and all this lot. We're not talking like John Daly style. It's just initially just understanding that golf club can swing. You have wrist set. I like to call it retained angle. I can't stand the word lag. And so when it comes to it, understanding that you get a whoosh. Now we did it more as a baseball swing. We kind of did it, making sure I don't hit stuff, yeah? We did it more of an understanding that there is, as soon as you go baseball, it becomes much easier to use your body to then generate speed. Like no different to when you're a child. When you're a child and you throw a golf ball, a ball, you'd naturally do this. Well, you're using every part of your body to do that, but you're not doing it when you put a golf club in your hands. You then start doing all these weird things and stuff like that. So I find it really helpful to get the individual to use their wrist back here on a baseball on a horizontal swing only. Get that wrist to go, let that wrist go like that, get some speed in, get the body rotating, get the whole understanding of you can use your whole body and your wrists to gain the speed. And then what Neil was saying when it comes to speed sticks, absolutely. Speed sticks are a great little thing. See if I can get back down again. Oh, and we'll flick back over. Apologies for the small interlude. Hope everyone could hear me. I wasn't just swinging a golf club for no reason whatsoever. Right, let's go flick over quickly back to the other screen so I can see, because we've been popping comments on and they've scrolled through the screen. So I've gone to a different screen where I can actually see it. Right, so Gary Much says, hi Jay, just back from offshore again, loving the live again. Good. I'm 8 handicap, well done, good handicap. And play P790s with steel fibre I95 stiff shafts. 5 irons struggling a bit to launch, but other irons okay. So, excuse me. When it comes to 5 iron, when it comes to your speed, Gary, what kind of speed do you have when it comes to clubhead speed? How high do you hit your shots? When it comes to how high, don't reply, I think I hit them high. If you have a number, everyone thinks they hit the golf ball too high. If you have a number and your speed, pop it on there and I can help a little bit. Would a hybrid be a better option? 7 iron? Yeah, okay, fair enough. I should have read the next one. 7 iron ball speed is about 115, 118 miles an hour. Average carries around 160. Okay, 7 iron, okay. So we need to know what loft that 7 iron is and how you deliver that, because effectively, what is a 7 iron? A 7 iron can range from 34 degrees to 27 degrees quite easily. And so not all 7 irons are made equal. Tattoo guy there is thanking Niels for jumping in and helping out. Too right, because he's done a good job of doing that. I gave you like that kind of idea. Neil's gone straight for the products, and it worked. Yeah, those kind of things work really, really well when you are trying to gain speed. So if you've got the motion, if you've got all the things that I was trying to describe there, you've got all that in, you just need more speed. Yeah, you can train it very much so, and just using things like that works really, really well. Ian's popped in about the puring. Puring doesn't make it worse, but it can make it better. It's an interesting conversation on the puring thing. I personally don't think it's worth it. I've never really seen anyone, when you blind test people, that right, Christopher says, puring being the process of making sure the irons are spec'd to perfection. When you're talking about when you're talking pro level, as in proper pro level, as in I'm talking PGA Tour pro level and just under that kind of idea, the full-on elite, then making sure that everything is pured exactly, you can be slightly out here and there, and it won't make much, if any, difference. And the variation in the individual alone will be far, 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 far greater than any small differences in specification. As long as you understand where those gappings are and characteristics of golf clubs are, yeah, unless you're really, really, really good. I mean, if you are really, really good, then make sure everything is done bang on. But yeah, Matt. Hello, Matt. Then there's the debate of which direction to align the spine in regards to the club head. Have tried spine aligned and not same shafts. Not notified any. Can't even talk today. Notice any difference at all? Yep. So there's loads of things that I call their kind of bling things that you can do to your golf clubs. So there've been this, there've been this, there've been that, there've been whatever it be. Yeah. What you, generally speaking, and that you do get some weird ones. I'm not saying that everyone's the same. Let's face it. Stig Benson says 41 watching, 11 likes. Hit the like button, folks. Yeah, go on. Why not? Why not? YouTube likes it, so do I. Yeah, I'm not a great fan of wasting people's money. I mean, when it comes to most people are good enough to know the difference between a 7.8 and 9.9, absolutely. But if there was a half a degree difference between different things here and there, you're not going to notice it. When it comes to shafts and how they do, no, spine aligned, no. Yeah, that's just my opinion. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I'm right at all. I'm just giving my opinion. I've not really seen evidence at all to say that it makes any difference. When it comes to Purin, I would say when you get all your bits and pieces, like get your golf clubs, get them all done. Get used to them first of all, then go for gap testing. Go for a couple of gap testings to see if there's correlative information from that gap testing. If you find that there's a slight bit here and there that you're not quite like, then tweak them then when it comes to that. Or tweak them to what you need, or do when it comes to what Lee Westwood does and has always done. He don't care what kind of, so he was going i200, i210. I don't know if he's gone i230 now, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't matter what he has in hand. He doesn't care that if Ping give him a brand new golf club, it's really loads better than the one beforehand. He doesn't care that at all. He just wants the new one for the 7.9 to travel 172 yards. That's all he cares about. It doesn't, if it's longer than the other one, he doesn't care. Just, I want added loft on it more to make sure it only goes, so, and that's how he does things. Right, what we got? Martin says contact and strike. Absolutely, this is like the most important thing ever. Contact and strike. Jerry says, have you ever done a test of cold golf balls versus warm golf balls? I played today and it was pretty cold for Texas weather, and the golf balls felt hard and it was still able to hit them same distance. Yeah, well, there is a difference. There is a slight difference. We're talking about if you were going to freeze the blooming things, then yeah, there will be a bit of a difference. And if you were going to go heat them up, the other one to heat them up, there will be a difference. Yes, there will be, because there'll be a ball, there'll be how much the ball deforms on the face and then springs off. So, and there is lots and lots of information now on the internet to show figures of such. I haven't actually done a test myself, and it would be very interesting to do keep them in the freezer against keeping a load on the radiator and see what the differences are. Will there be massive differences? I don't think there'd be huge differences in balls. I think the biggest difference always is the individual hitting the ball itself. There'll be trends when it comes to, generally speaking, I always try and leave my balls in my pocket to start with, to try and warm them up, especially when it comes to cold. But yeah, it will be an interesting test to do though. Gary saying that's exactly the same grip as I have. You've got good taste, Gary, definitely. That's you guys saying thank you so much. You're welcome, no worries whatsoever. Neil's saying my trainer also used the swing exercise you just showed. Well, there you go, great minds think alike. Niels, I've just noticed that you just donated, is it Danish kroner, I think if I remember, isn't it? It's just nice in Danish we could say, what? Hyggeligt, to nerd golf in the clubhouse here every Monday. Hyggeligt? I'm terrible. Geography I'm not brilliant at, and when it comes to reading any kind of foreign languages, I am just shocking. So anyone who's, I'm just so rare. Don, oh thank you very much Don. Don's just donated €5.99, appreciate that. Thanks again for the tip with the 2 7.9s. Yes, that's what I would do. I'd go and half inch longer with a 7.9 225 as a 6-iron on the 221, absolutely. And also looking at Muras, yes. They are some seriously nice pieces of kit, the Muras. But yeah, when it comes to the 221 225, the Mizuno Pro 221 225 blend, that's what I would do. I would have 2 7.9s. Now I'd have 2 7.9s with 2 different color grips on and stuff like that. Obviously I can tell the difference between a 221 7.9 and a 225 7.9, but for the people that wouldn't, different color grips on. Obviously they're different lengths anyway. The 7.9, the 225 will be half inch longer, and so yeah, that would then denote the same length as the 6-iron 221 would be, but it's a 7-iron, so yeah, it's the same loft as the 221 6-iron. Right, Spiked Blue Collar Golf and Frugal Fixer Guitars. You've got to change that name, that's so long. Late but here, hi folks. Hello mate, hope you're well. Dave Devine saying even and all late again. No, you're not late. No one's ever late. Just join in, we don't care. It might be a marathon again today, I'm not quite sure, because again, for the people that have only really just picked up the stream. So basically, yeah, I'm going to get to a point in the next sort of week or so, over the next week or so, that I'm going to be busy. I've got life stuff to do. I've got to get my hands dirty and do certain things. And so it means that, yeah, YouTube videos are going to have to take a back step for the next week or two. I'll still do the live streams, regardless of what happens. I'll still do the live streams because obviously it's dark. And I can't really work in the dark too much, and so live streams I can do in the UK at this sort of time. So I'll continue doing live streams regardless of how busy I am. So Stig Benson, so yeah, we got get the likes. How many likes we got now? 26. There we go. Keep going. Go on, we can do it. YouTube likes it, so do I. So Gary saying 7.9 is 30.5 degrees and height is around about 75 to 80 feet with a 7.9, so not very high. So 25 to 27, 26.666 yards is not very high, Gary. So yes, you are going to struggle with your 5-iron, because if you're hitting your 7-iron that low, and it is relatively low, even with a 30.5 degree, you're not going to have sufficient speed at that lower launch angle to keep that 5-iron functionally longer in carry, and definitely functionally longer going into a green and stopping. So yeah, I would look at your next lesson, have a little chat with the your coach and see how much dynamic loft and angle attack that you use to your ability when it comes to how much you can hit the golf ball as flighted as you do. See if we can get that dynamic loft up a little bit, not massively, just up a little bit, and shallow out the angle attack possibly. I don't know, we need to see your numbers, and see if we can gain some extra peak height. That way, if you do like everything, your 5-iron will fly a little bit higher, and with the speed that you have got, which is not slow, then it should then start carrying a bit better. Neil saying, at Jerry Smiley, Golf Spy did a test of cold golf with 6 mile an hour speed loss, 500 RPM loss on driver. So 6 miles an hour. Neil's, what speed was that? Because obviously that's relative. If that's a slow swing speed, say test at say 85 miles an hour driver, 6 miles an hour is massive. Now 6 miles an hour is still massive anyway, in certain terms. But are we talking, what was of cold balls? Were they frozen balls? Or it'd be interesting to see what the temperature difference was. I haven't seen it, but yeah. Martin's saying, Tiger's fave, as I remember. Tiger's fave, I was in Tiger's favourite. Yeah. Wedding planner. I'm sorry, Martin, I'm losing what's going on. Doesn't take me much, honestly, don't worry. Tony, hello Tony. How forgiving are the Paradigm irons? I have watched your video on that, excellent job. Can you recap? Thank you. They're a very good iron, they are. It's an interesting one when it comes to the Paradigm iron. Really good golf club, really good golf club. Is it any better? Does it excel in any way more than what anything has done in the past? Possibly not. Obviously, it's a new member of the Paradigm family, and so of course it will sell really well, and it should do, because it's a really good golf club. A lot of people have made comment about the fact that they don't like the colour at the back, because obviously it is the same colour as Paradigm, and I don't really care too much, but a lot of people have a completely different view about many different things to many different people. So yeah, when it comes to Paradigm iron, fairly forgiving, not hugely forgiving, but fairly forgiving. It's not the biggest golf club in the world. The one I had to test, if I remember, was 6-iron, so it was going a long way, but again, it will do as a 6-iron. So, but yeah, decent golf club. Make sure you get custom fit for it, absolutely. If there is, I mean, Callaway make a lot of irons, so yeah, most manufacturers now make so many different ranges and different models of irons that we're struggling to find a golfer that won't fit into something when it comes to every manufacturer. I mean, Mizuno have like 8. Is it 8 they have now? 8 irons right in their range. It's a lot. It is a lot. Ping have less. but Ping have slimmed their, well, within reason, they've slimmed down their choices. Got rid of the massive G700s, which I personally think was a win. I don't think you needed them G700s, they were massive. Right, so we got Jerry saying thank you. Neil saying ball speed 140 versus 146. 140 ball speed, that must mean that's fairly slow driver swing speed then, unless we're talking about strike. How was it done? Was it done using a robot? Was it struck in the exact same way? If it was, must have been swing speeds around about 90 something miles an hour, which isn't massively quick. So by that means it would then potentially say that there'd be a bigger loss at faster swing speeds, which is then considerable. Golf balls in freezer for about 6 hours are really cold. Yes, they would be really cold. My missus, my wife, has a golf ball like size ice in her wine. Why would you wine? It's in the fridge anyway. I don't like wine. There you go. Mura's was Tiger's club of choice. Martin's, well, it was at one point, definitely on that one. David Edmonds says, got fitted and have to wait a month for MP225s due to shaft. I was not fitted for a grip. They just asked me to choose. Would you say it's bad fit? Well, yeah, okay. Right, grip. Grip is an interesting thing. Have I found as the years progress that there is the trend of bigger grip, different and smaller grip, different release patterns? No, not really. I'll be honest. There isn't. I haven't seen any correlation at all. However, different people have different feels and what they want, and it doesn't just come down to size, it comes from texture. It doesn't come also down to just size and texture, it comes to different kinds of grips, ones that don't taper down as much, ones that are a little bit fatter down at the bottom than they would normally be with a full tapered grip. There are so many different options. I used to have loads and just got people to just feel them. Excuse me. So, people have to bring a little bit of their preconceived knowledge of knowing what they like. Okay, if you're talking about an absolute beginner golfer, my first point of call would always be this. Do you play golf in the rain? And they'll go, yeah. Okay, how much golf do you play in the rain? Well, I play in the competitions and stuff, and well, it is this and this, so quite a bit. Okay, do you wear a rain glove? No. Well, then you need a multi-compound. You'll need something with cord in it for the grip when it comes to the wet. Do you play in the rain? No. Well, you're not in the rain at all. I don't want to play in the rain. Who wants to play in the rain? Okay, have what grip you want, effectively, from just a composition point. So that is a main thing when it comes to water, when you're playing in the rain. Now, okay, wear different gloves, have towels and stuff like that, but grip makes a huge difference. If you play in the rain and you wear rain gloves, again, rain gloves? Rain gloves work better when they're wet. So yeah, and that's before we get into the conversation of what kind of golf grip do you want. We're just talking about composition now. You're talking about size, taper. So many different things now. Obviously hybrid grips now, there's just so many. But was it a bad fit? I don't know. Is it concerning right at the end that they would skip it? Yes. The conversation needs to be had about grip and the importance of grip and how it's important, not just necessarily skipped over. Oliver says, cold club shafts too have been discussed to lose performance. Flex and torque, I keep my bag in my house, washroom, not the garage. Right, well there's a different rule actually that for everyone to listen to on this. Never ever, everybody listen, never ever ever keep your golf clubs in your car. Never. The change of temperature constantly just plays havoc with condensation, and we are not talking about the condensation that you see sometimes on the outsides of your shafts. It's the horrid stuff inside. You'll get condensation inside the shafts, and you've seen the amount of people which have this end come off, yeah? Like the important bit, That comes off because they break here. Why? It's the smallest part of the shaft, it's the thinnest part of the shaft. Sometimes, depending on the glue and stuff like that, it wells up in here. It rusts it from the inside out, and that's where the heads come off. And I've had quite a few people that have lost their lovely heads in the forest, can't find it because they come off at a rather rapid rate. So yeah, keep your clubs if you can in a hyperbaric chamber, no, in somewhere where it is at least controlled. You obviously go outside and you play with them and stuff like that. Yeah, you can't control that, but you know what I mean. When you're storing them, keep them somewhere where you'd be happy being. You won't be happy living in your car. Right. Gary says, thanks much for the info, appreciate it, no problem whatsoever. Looking forward to getting signed up to your memberships when it's ready. Yes, when I get a chance to do it, I must admit, I've got so much to do. Yeah, life gets busier as you get older. I'm looking forward to retiring at one point, although I'm not quite sure when that's going to be. Right, Jerry says, I am really lusting after the Mizuno HL irons. Oh, YouTubers just say, this is a really good idea, I put an ad in, go away. Oh, YouTube drives me mental. Right, I'm really lusting after the HL irons. They are good. I'm playing Callaway Maverick irons because I'm a senior with a slow swing speed. What kind of yardage can I expect to lose on my mid irons? Well, with the increased launch through loft, the chances are, you never know, you might actually gain. I'm not saying you will, but I have seen some crazy gains so far with people that have used the HLs. And I'm not talking about, there's been other ones in the past, so say with Ping, say like the Ping G430 HLs. Now, it's a really, really good idea. Now, my issue that I've had with that from a pure physics point of view is as soon as you start stripping weight from the head and start creating distance on the basis of understanding that potentially an individual that will gain distance through speed, through clubhead speed, because you lighten the mass, well, that's really good because yes, you can, generally speaking, make someone swing faster if you lighten the mass. The problem is you then inherently make it less forgiving and more problematic when you don't quite hit the middle. And so therefore, the way that Mizuno have possibly done it, by creating something which is ridiculously springy, ridiculously JPX-like, but then added loft with the shaft length of a 7-iron and stuff like that, then yeah, the gains have been substantial. And obviously we're not talking about a horrendously lightened head, no. So effectively it's as forgiving, if not more so, than the standard hot metal, so it's good. George, hello George. Popped in now. Looking at the net, many different opinions about the gap wedge. For what is a better recommendation? Gap iron, set, or speciality wedge? Right, very quickly, George. But depending on what kind of golfer you are, if you're someone who really enjoys your wedges, really gets into the critiquing of different things, different bounce options, different grind options, and stuff like that, go custom all the way through. Absolutely. If you're someone fairly high handicapper or a even low handicapper that doesn't really see no difference, well, gap wedge can be the same as your pitching wedge. We don't ask them and query grinds on a pitching wedge. Then by all means have the standard gap wedge that they come through. When it comes to all of the gap wedges, for at least say with the Mizuno range, definitely in the Ping range also, they're designed to blend into the technology that they've currently got within that iron set into a custom wedge, especially within the gap wedge, because it does that job. So you won't be wrong either way which way you go. Despite the blue goal this better, lol. Yeah, glass grooves. Oh, you just $1.49 with a banana. I mean, sent me a banana. I wish. Oh, YouTube drink. Can't forget that. It's the problem with me talking constantly. Yeah, I need constant hydration. Right. Can you recommend a soft, spinny golf ball that's good value, please? I use noodles, but looking for something softer. Okay, soft and spinny. Okay, so that's difficult, I suppose, because obviously generically manufacturers don't make super softs, spinny ones. The Vice Pro Soft is ridiculously soft and it is ridiculously spinny. I'm not saying it's good or bad. Actually, it's a pretty decent ball. My issue with Foresight I had well, not many years ago. I mean, first when Foresight come out, they were great because they were making some ridiculously very good premium stuff, and they were ridiculously cheap. And over the years, they've just got slightly a little bit too more expensive and stuff like that. And that's why I got a little bit, yeah. But that's my own opinion. Not saying it's right or wrong, just my opinion. But yeah, by all means, if you get hold of, hang on, bear with. Have I got anything down here? Oh, I've got something down here. No, well they are, but they're at the bottom now. I can't bother to go get them out. There's some Vice Pro Soft down there. They're a very soft golf ball, and pretty certain it's got a urethane cover, so it'll spin as well. So it's brilliant off the putter, brilliant off wedges and stuff like that. Can feel a bit weird though when it comes to driver, because it is so soft that you do feel like hitting plasticine. But yeah. So, Don Geese, I like the word however. I like the word however. Dave Edmonds said, I was using a multi-compound but have gone for something a bit more tacky, for something like, for some more feel. Yeah, I'm a Tor Velvet. I like Tor Velvet. I like the softer compound. I don't like cord. Never have liked cord. Don't like cord. It's not saying that I can't use it. I just don't like the feel of it, personally. That's it. Ahmed says, how important is turf interaction in a fitting? If you're really good and that's all you want to talk about, then obviously it has to be done off grass. But turf interaction. Bear in mind, turf interaction happens, or should happen, after the ball, within reason, has made contact with and is departing, is on its way to do its destination. So turf interaction for me is like, yeah, I care more so when it comes to lie angle and stuff like that. That's more to do with turf interaction, really, than anything else. People talk a lot about turf interaction, and for people that obviously care about it and have that want within their fitting, then absolutely it's important. But for the physical dynamics of actually hitting a golf ball, turf interaction itself is relatively minor. Spike sand, thermal shock from heating and cooling to extreme in a car boot, you'll call it. Well, yeah, we don't like when it comes to storing golf clubs, etc. in the boots of cars, because it will just rust from the inside out. Unless you've got graphite shafts, then they won't. There you go. Oliver's thumbs up. Niels with a shocked face. If the head has come off due to internal corrosion, performance must have been gradually poorer, going on terrible for a while. Well, again, this is the whole thing when it comes to people don't really notice it, because it happens gradually over a period of time. Any kind of drop off or any kind of difference in characteristic is slowly found over a period of time. So it's like, I don't know, a death by 1,000 pinpricks, and that's the last one that gets you. Dave Devine, I'm just going to about read your comment, Dave. Thank you very much for the £2. It's very kind of you. Celebrate the first super chat from Dave. How do I celebrate that? Do I press the button? I don't know. I can celebrate that and say thank you. I've just found dots on there. I don't know what to, yeah. I don't know what it does. Doesn't matter. Thank you very much, Dave. I will read your comment out now. Can't afford to get custom fit. About to fork out some new irons. Okay. We need to have a chat then. Was fit into NS Pro 1150X Flex, 1.3 hybrid. Very much an iron player. P7M, great set of irons, P7s. Feel lovely. Very nice. Was fit into, okay. Looking at Stealth 2 plus, yeah, but was wanting mid-launch shaft suggestions. I'd be, Dave, have you hit the Stealth 2 plus? Just yes or no. Or no, say yes, I have hit it, or no, as in the Stealth, because if not, I'll probably forget. To answer that one, I need to, yeah. Martin said, I would like to talk about balls as I missed your special Q&A. I would like to talk about balls as I missed your special Q&A. When was that? Talk about whatever you like, Martin. I'll literally answer any topic, question that you have, if I can, in any way, or give my opinion on it. A new person. I don't think, have we seen you before? Non-Fortis Sednatax. I do apologise. I'm terrible at I'm so bad at like, reading out names. Is it wise to have more sets, different heads, shaft, weight, flex, and use them both? Is it wise to have more sets? Right, so, well, I used to have a set, well, I'll be honest, I used to have at one point, I had 2 sets of irons. One my summer ones, one's my winter ones, because it is true that as the winter months progress, air density, coldness and stuff like that does make the golf ball go a little bit shorter. So I had a slightly tweaky version of what I've got, and then slightly more game improvement-y, but very slightly at one point, to make up the difference. So basically I hit the golf ball the same distance all year round. It is a rather expensive way of doing it. I wouldn't suggest it's the best way to do it, because it is rather damaging to the back pocket. However, if you can afford it, then it is an option. Yeah. Forrest, I've just seen you just donated $10. Is it for the YouTube drink? Oh, so yeah, okay, Forrest, did you opt for an Arnold Palmer or John Daly YouTube drink? Right, I was gonna make it. However, the wife, she looked at me absolutely horrified that I was gonna, and I said to her, again, you can tell me if I got this wrong, and obviously please help me out on this one. So it was tea, wasn't it tea? Just standard tea, lemonade, and then a certain alcoholic beverage starting with V to make it a, or something like that, wasn't it? And she looked at me like I am absolutely mental. And I then made me kind of double think, hang on a minute, have I got it right? Am I just gonna make myself just gag? I don't know. So I thought if you were gonna be on here, I would double check my thing. I'll go get a pen, got some paper, I'll write it down and make certain. Spike, do play golf? Well, yeah, wish. Do play golf courses on your simulator? Do I play golf courses on my simulator? No, my simulator is for work purposes only. I have got a very expensive setup in here, and the problem is that I'm so busy with doing stuff. I haven't even played 18 holes on here. I've done some messing around on FSX, compete things with the FSX skill building challenge, kind of things like that, but no, I haven't. I'm too busy to play. I know it's daft, the fact that I've got this, but I'm just too busy to play. It's like with general life. I use mine to play mostly par 3 golf on GS Pro. Some really good things about GS Pro. Has anyone heard about the problems with GS Pro? As we're allowed on this channel, we're allowed to say GS Pro. There's other places where you're not allowed to say GS Pro. You say GS Pro on other forums, and it blanks your post because of the litigation. The shall we say the TrackMan has decided to sue GS Pro, whoever they are, the company, because just stealing their coding, or how they, because I think they're built under the same or very similar graphics engine. So is FSX Play. It's under Unity, as far as I know, and yeah, so there's that going on at the moment. And so there was going to be integration between Foresight and GS Pro, and there was going to be integration between the FSX software, or FSX Play, I think, and yeah, but it's just not happening at the moment because TrackMan are doing their thing, which is fine because companies are. I mean, Apple and Samsung have been at it for years when it comes to doing certain things. Dave, thank you very much. God, it's funny. Yeah. Sorry, Shafts, not yet. Okay, Dave, if you've not hit the stealth driver yet, the plus. If you want the plus, make sure you give it a hit first if you can. Because I found it in my test. I'm not saying this is right, it's just for me. I found it in my test much more difficult to control this one than the last one. And that's just me. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just saying that the multiples of times that I gave it a hit, it was an interesting time. Yeah, and I tried lofting it up to try and get some forgiveness from loft. And yeah. Non Fortis says it's Latin. Thanks. Well, my Latin is about as good as my German, is about as good as my Chinese, and about as good as everything else. I'm terrible. I do apologise if I got your name wrong. I get everyone's name wrong. Martin says, should have skipped up. Should have just given the missus a brandy and Baileys, Jay. Oh yeah, we did talk about that brandy and Baileys. She'd ask if we got any brandy. We had sherry, but that won't work. But I have to get some brandy. She wouldn't know the difference. Yeah, half tea, half lemonade. Right, are we talking like PG tips? Or whatever it is, was it Yorkshire tea, how a tea used to be. So we're just talking tea from a tea bag and hot, or have you got to wait for it to go cold? We're at Forest, we've got to get a little bit more descriptive than this because it's my it's my taste buds that you're going to be killing off doing this. I'm just literally writing the English tea versus US tea. Should be fine. Okay, so we're just talking PG tips then, or whatever it'll be. And has it got to be hot and then make it go cold, or let it go cold? Are we talking? Yeah? We'll go English breakfast tea, you heathen. Thanks, Paul, for piping in there. GS Pro and Skytrack is pretty good. It would be, actually, Paul. I just noticed you'd commented just further up. Yeah, and then add a little bit of V, question mark, depending on, yeah. Spike saying, I play on one all I can, retired, and ADHD takes control. Yeah, well, the great thing is, I suppose I need to do some, well, because of the amount of shots that I hit for doing my data sets when it comes to YouTube videos, people don't, I think, really don't appreciate just how many shots that you have to hit to gain the information that I do get for the reviews. And so having my divot map, so having that you can't see in there, you can see there, the top left hand picture, can't see the bottom or the top right hand picture because the light's on it. But the top left hand picture where you can see that divot map next to the where the ball is, that is a wondrous little thing. That's my V2, that's my version 2 for a divot mat. So basically if you hit it slightly heavy, the whole divot mat's just literally squidges down, and so you don't get a shock through your elbows and your wrists. And when you're hitting a lot of shots, yeah, you do. I'm so glad that I did make the decision to do such a thing like that. So flick over to the other screen because I can't see. There's so many other things on there. David, a hybrid. Oh, Dave, have I not yet? So. Oh, I can't afford a custom fit. The ones fit 1 and 3 hybrid. Right, sorry. Oh, sorry for the shot. Okay, no. If we're talking about the hybrid rather than the driver. Then, if you want a Stealth 2 hybrid, then by all means, there's nothing necessarily too bad about them. Much so, very, very similar. There's not a huge amount of difference between both of them, to be fair. But yeah, you're not going to be too far off going for that because, I mean, again, TaylorMade don't make bad stuff at all. Right, so on Fortis says, do you think using cheap launch monitors in combination with range balls are good enough to use as a training tool, like angle, spin, etc.? No. Basically, depending on what kind of range you are at, they have a manner of different types of golf balls, which will do a manner of different things. So necessarily, yeah, that won't work. If you're using a cheap launch monitor, that can also give you some weird and wonderful information, anyway, should we call it. And so you couple that with 2 unknown variables that are variable at different times. It's rather somewhat difficult sometimes to try and get some usable information from. Not saying it's impossible. If you can control the golf ball, then you can gather some trends from it, definitely, but otherwise difficult. Forrest says, on ice, cold. So have I got to make it cold, as in with cold water, and it will, the tea will diffuse as normal? Because I've only ever made tea with hot water, and of course the hot water really makes it go whoosh, like that. Yeah. Forrest, what we need to do, you need to email with literally an idiot's guide do this, pick up kettle, that kind of thing. That'll work. Spike says, I'm sure the course on GS Pro called Target Golf that has lighted targets and 2 levels of driving range may cause lawsuit to happen, lol. Possibly. Although, yeah, probably. There's always a lawsuit. Arnold Palmer drank Southern sweet tea and lemonade. They make them in a can together. Do they really? Yeah, okay, that's nice. I like the idea of that, pre-made stuff. Oliver says, GS Pro on the R10 rocks, absolute marriage wrecker. No, my wife is incredibly, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am so lucky to be with the woman I am, because she is just, like the most understanding, thoughtful and kind individual that I think I've ever met, and put up with me when it comes to yeah, what I do, because this does take a ridiculous amount of time, and yeah, rather than being at home spending time with her, I'm on live streams doing this. So yeah, either that, because she really likes time without me, so yeah. Don Geek says, Dave said Stealth 2 plus hybrid. Yep, so I've got that one afterwards. Cheers, Don. I use the 1080 graphics. Awesome golf is fine with my kids. So, Oliver, when it comes to your, we're talking about 1080p, as in the case of full HD graphics, or we're talking about a GTX 1080 graphics card. I don't know which one. But yeah, 1080p, if that is HD graphics on a simulator, that's fine. I mean, okay, that's 4K, yeah? But you don't have to. I mean, 4K is brilliant for an immersive experience and much more realistic, especially with the Unity engine, which TrackMan-based stuff is, which is GS Pro and also Foresight FSX Play. It's not necessarily to enjoy a game of golf, definitely, and you don't have to go that much. Have you got the Holy Grail one? Oh, here we go. Or homemade. The Holy Grail. Are we talking about divot mat, Paul? If we're talking about divot mat, I made it myself. See, I do everything myself. I make everything myself, literally. I don't make electricity myself. I wish I did. Electricity is blooming expensive. Right. Don't know if you've read the thing about Rory's stealth over time. It actually was faster over time to the extent it had nearly become illegal. Yes, I had heard about, they did a CT test on it, I think, didn't they? And found out that it was rather close. But then again, they're always rather close. Now, the interesting thing was, now he does hit the same spot over and over and over again. And there was also some talk about how titanium changes its characteristics over time, yes. However, it was interesting to see how carbon, which is a completely different material, has different properties and characteristics to titanium within its weave and how it's constructed, that I didn't really think that carbon was going to be similar in its characteristics of aging as titanium, which is quite interesting. Only if, when I say interesting, only if you're interested in that kind of thing. So Spike's Basics and at Paul French, yeah, I made a DIY one as well, but made too small. Yes, so I made my first one with 600 mil. The next one, 6 mil, so 2 feet. And the next one I made 800, so 8 inches, yeah, 8 inches longer than the previous 2 foot one, so 2 foot 8. And it's made a huge difference. Now, again, I'll tell you what I'll do very, very quickly, see if I can do on YouTube. I got the idea from a YouTube channel, and I'll post it in the comments. I'll try and post it down there. I'm not quite sure if I'm allowed to or not, but I will have a little wee look. So, there it is. I got that. So here we go. Let's see if I can find the one that I'm looking at. Because it's there you go, got it. So if I can go share, copy link, copy, there we go. I'm not quite sure if I'm allowed to do this. Excuse me. YouTube cough. Live streaming, can I add something in there? Paste. Let's see if it works. Right, there you go, there's a YouTube link For the divot mats, so the guy who, I found Golf R&D on there, a really quite interesting guy, has been very kind and has given some seriously good information out there for people to utilize, especially within the home sim world. If you want to go and have a look at that one, subscribe to his channel. Basically, obviously say thanks to me, obviously, you know, so he knows what the traffic's going to come his way. But yeah, and what he's done there, and I tweaked mine a little bit, but basically it's designed on that very idea, and it's made so you do need a certain amount of thickness first to your subfloor to be able to do it and have an absolute flush thing. But yeah, it's very good. Right, where we got to? Colin Miles, whichever one it will be. Sorry, Colin. Hi, I'm 71 years old. Or 70-year-old handicap, or 71 handicap. No, 71-year-old. Hope you're well. I want to change my JPX 854 Giants with steel fiber 95 shafts, a JPX 923 hot metal with Project X 105 shafts. Will they assist speed? Not possibly, because not really. No. I'd be looking at going to a much lighter setup if you were just looking for speed on its own, but not necessarily that would be my guess. Again, I've been surprised by humans before, so that is my guess. I'm not saying I'm right, because I've been surprised quite often when it comes to people. But as a generalized, no, it won't. No, you need to go a bit more aggressive in the all-weight category than that. Oliver says, divot mat is whole discussion point overlooked. Yes, it took me 2 years to get a soft impact mat. When I designed this space, I designed it to the inch of its life. I knew exactly what I was doing at different stages of the build, way ahead. I built everything on the basis of everything else was interlocked like a puzzle. It takes a lot of time to do that, and you have to be really anal about how you do certain things. And so, yeah, when you get the only thing I did get wrong, I suppose, with the divot mat is, yes, I didn't make it big enough. Obviously, with amateur golfers hitting different parts of the floor, yeah, make it bigger. Chris says, can you recommend an affordable launch monitor you can easily bring to the range? Well, affordable, that's different. You two drink time. Gonna cough if not. Glonk. Chances are I might cough anyway, but ooh. It's a difficult one because obviously there's so many now. I still come from a camera-based system. I've toyed with radar-based stuff, and I have my own issues with radar-based stuff, and it's brilliant in a certain aspect, but the aspect that I think it's brilliant is not necessarily something that I require constantly. So I would always go by something which I can physically, well, the launch monitor is physically measuring and reading what when it comes to distances and stuff like that. Well, that's down to atmospherics, and atmospherics can be misleading on a TrackMan. So I'm not saying that's what I'm saying. It's the same for both, but it's back in the day when I had my GC2. And I only had my GC2 and didn't have HMT, just had GC2. And I had my GC2 and a tablet, and I was happy as a pig in plop when it comes to me just sitting there bashing balls away. They were controlled golf balls, and so I was just trying to hit the same number every single time, trying to hit the same peak height every single time, trying to keep dispersion within a certain amount, measuring my dispersion, measuring what my dispersion pattern is. Measuring what my patterns were in general, my gappings were and stuff like that. So even if the balls aren't exactly the same ones that you play, and there's a slight difference in them, generally speaking, that as long as they're not distance restricted balls because of how they're constructed, because of obviously the range may not be long enough and got fences, and so they buy balls which are restricted, so you can't really gain great information from them, unfortunately. You work on strike, but that's really what you can do, but you're not going to be able to work on strike on cheap launch monitors because they won't give you that information. So it's a bit of a difficult one, that one. Right, where we going? Non-Fortis says, okay, thanks, Team Logic, cheap launcher monitor questions. And that's good. Like, any monitor, it's good to have questions about everything. Absolutely. Chris says, affordable, worthwhile launch monitor. Yeah, it's a bit of a difficult one, that it really is. Spike Sand, being 65, having a sim in the shop and the R10 and playing all the top courses keeps me happy enough for my 1,000, and that's exactly what it is. If you can get something like an R10 and it gives you that capacity to do that, well, that's brilliant. It really, really is. And if you're playing sim, no different to SkyTrack, within reason, it will be fine. If you're going to use it as a pure like a trying to get better and a coaching tool, then you need something that's far more measured. But yeah, effectively, yeah, definitely you're right. Right, divot mat, yep. Oliver says R10 with decent three-piece balls with full tape works fine for spin readings. RCT balls are good but costly. With foil tapes, you got to, yeah, I suppose you would do, yeah. Interested. Spike saying, at Paul French, my son has a 5-built grass mat, so nice to hit on, yes. The video I made about building my divot mat was in that search, I bet. Yeah. Chris says, makes sense, thank you, Jay. Good. Am I caught up? Woof. Is everyone now going on that that link I suggested? I just actually popped up on there that you can copy and paste in your search bar. I don't know if you can. I can't do it on screen, doesn't matter. Oh dear, what's the time? I have been on for now a while. I don't know, I think, what, an hour and 40 minutes. So how long are we going to be on today then, people? What's the plan? I might do a little, I might press this button. I don't know if I should do it. It says open widget. Should I click open widget? I don't know if I should click open widget sometimes. I like playing with things to see if I can work out what on earth everything does. Because again, when it comes to the technical side of the YouTube live side of it, I miss out on a lot of things because I think to myself, well, I dare not touch that just in case. It might be a good point. I dare not, just in case. Right, we have a little bit of fun here. Okay, what should we, so I can now do a starter poll. Let your viewers know. I'm going to ask a question to everybody. Okay. Okay. I'm going to write this down here. I think I know what it's going to be, the answer. So, yes is going to be the drive, no is putt. Ready? Oh, now I can do it this way. 300 yard. Right, I'm going to do that. I don't know if it's going to work. You can tell me if it's going to work or not. I'm doing this off the cuff for a bit of fun. Right, this may or may not work. I do apologise if it absolutely messes with people's heads. But I've just popped in there a quick poll for everybody to jump on and see if everyone would rather have 300-yard drives straight, obviously in the fairway. So 300-yard drives like an absolute bullet every single time, or no free putts. Now it's a multifaceted thing, remember guys. So when it comes to a lot of your putts are made up, or three putts are made up because you've missed the fairway, you've tried to go for the green, you've either missed the green or you've just literally got to a point of where you're just on the green but you're so far away, there's your free putts, or you put yourself in trouble and you put yourself. So if you were to hit the fairway every single time at over 300 yards, it would be interesting to see what your capacity to not three putt would be if you were to hit that 300-yard drive in the fairway every single time. That's an interesting thing. I'm not saying anyone's right or wrong on this one, but it would just be interesting to see how it goes. Right. Spike saying, got here late. Appreciate your time, Jay. No, that's fine. I'm a busy person over the next week or two, especially, well, 2 weeks most probably. And so I will continue, even though I won't get a chance to do much YouTube stuff because of doing that for the moment. I'll jump straight back on it as soon as I'm finished. But I will be doing these live streams over the next 2 weeks anyway, next week and the week after that. I've got to sort out lots and lots of things. I've got so much stuff to do. But it's good, it's fine. Non-Fortis says, go to sleep, bro. I will, thanks. Nice to have your new self on here. I don't think I have had you join in on the live streams before, so thank you very much for your participation. Martin saying, Chris, the R10 is relatively good launch monitor. Don't buy the swing caddy. That's what I like about. I say I like this. How I can. Well, you guys can say what you want. I don't. Then sometimes it's not my job necessarily to say that something's either right, as in it's bad, because again, my job as with anything is not to negatively affect any company sales. That's an absolute. But other people can do that. It's their own opinion. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but again, when you're talking about people that have had it, they're given their own experience. So Gary saying, time for me to leave, Jay. Top show again. Nice to have you on the show, Gary. Pop on, well, every Monday, if you wish. So Forrest says, don't want to keep you too long. What's the latest on memberships? Right, Forrest, the latest on memberships is the fact that I have got an idea of doing it. I'm just at the moment trying to ascertain the level and what the majority of people want, not just the most vocal. I'm quite happy the most vocal because you get an opinion that way. And because the last thing I don't want to exclude anyone in the slightest. It's just that as the channel's growing, and it is growing, it's getting to a point of where I'm struggling to keep up with the amount of comments, with the amount of interaction I need, and so for the people that put the most effort in, by the people that are within the community and helping other people out and volunteering their own time in trying to contribute and help the channel grow and help other people out, because obviously we're doing equipment testing and I give quite unique strike-based forgiveness data for people to make a more informed decision on what they buy, especially if they know their own strike misses and stuff like that, so they can make the best decision when they buy. So that kind of idea, I want to make sure I get it right. That's still the plan. So Spike saying, I have a great short game, give me 300 and be ready. I played with the US amateur champion, played from his drive. I now want the distance. Yes. 300 yards, hitting over 300 yards is actually, yeah. So again, I've got the poll going up at the top. I'll have a little look. What we got? So we've got 300 yards at the moment at 29% and no three putts at 71%. Not saying you're wrong whatsoever, guys, at all. All I'm saying is that, remember, three putts, if you hit over 300 yards in the fairway every single time, how many three putts would you have? You could, 300 yard drives, you could literally just hit it onto the green, because a lot of golf courses aren't that long, especially if you're hitting over 300 yards in the fairway drives. Get it on the green and you could three putt and be an 18 handicapper straight away. But yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong, just a different idea. Right, so we got PRGI is great to measure swing speed. Yes, it is. It's great to work in tandem with the TrackMan range. Yeah, I got my own views on TrackMan ranges. You can work out a fair assumption on distance. You can't get spin rate though, no, and you want consistency of spin. So when it comes to monitoring your spin, it's not how much that it's not the rate of how much it's spinning. Okay, there is a certain point that an iron can be too low spin and too high spin, yes. But as a general rule, the biggest thing to me when it comes to in a fitting, definitely, is having a consistent spin rate. Because when you're talking about a 58 degree or a 6-degree lob wedge, you've got so much loft there, you are going to get spin related stop. Absolutely. So it doesn't matter what your attack angle or sorry, your descent angle is to a green when it comes to a lob wedge. You could be fizzing one in low, but it's still going to stop because you get the backup from the spin. As soon as you start taking that spin off and it starts becoming much more in the way of, say, like an 8 iron, a 7 iron, especially 6 iron, all that lot, the biggest thing that you want spin rate there for is to control the consistency of flight. And that's it. So I do not want to see fluctuating spin numbers, not because of the fact that it won't spin on the greens and won't stop the ball when it hits the green. It hasn't got enough spin to do that at that point. What it has got, though, is a massive implication of the distance that you hit it and the consistency of the distance that you hit it. So that's what I want to see when it comes to that. Right. What have we got? Where have we got now? So Alistair, hello sir, hope you are doing well. I've got a Voice Caddy 3 S300i, good enough for me at the range. Yeah, have bought the 6 hybrid ×3, not tried it yet. Goal, yeah, we need to have a go, SLX, sorry, hybrid X3. We need to do that, don't we? We need to do a test on that and see what it's like. Spike saying exactly, yeah. Oliver, my watch is going off. What's going on? Nothing important. Oliver saying Mevo Plus 2 or the Mevo Plus 1 with the new ball stroke club impact software would be the object of desire. 1600 2K budget though for launch monitor. Yeah. When it comes to launch monitors, it's a really interesting thing. I've got my own queries when it comes to a radar-based system. Any radar-based system that shows certain information, I mean, I would need someone exceptionally intelligent to be able to articulate it in a way where my brain can truly understand it, because my brain is a little bit cooked when we're talking about how Doppler can bend radar waves around things. Well, okay, and how do you gain a picture of what is? I need someone very intelligent, because I can't see how that can really happen. It's a very difficult thing. I just want to know consistency of distance, and yes, Alistair, you're 100% right. That's what you need, consistency of distance. Dispersion left and right is you, definitely. But when it comes to Tour Pros, if you go Tour Pros are a great understanding of how peak golfers work. And do you know what? They miss left and right, they do, but their front to back consistency is very, very good. And that's what the difference is when it comes to very good golfers. They just hit the number more often. They're still going to be left and right, they're still going to miss, of course they are, that's being human. But they are much, much better at controlling distance the better you get. So as soon as you start coming down the handicap, or up the handicap, you know what I mean? Dispersion ring gets bigger, but it gets bigger massively front to back. But yeah, you go. Right, I think I may go get a jumper. No, I might go get a gilet. I'll go get a gilet. So I will disappear for a second because I'm, oh my word, I'm getting old. Where's that gilet? There it is. I've got my gilet. Well, I could just turn the heater on, but I might do that as well. I'm still here, as you can probably hear. I'll turn the heater on marginally, because I don't want to have to... Oh, there we go. Back again. There we go. Hustle and bustle of this. Don't want to get in the way of the camera. Vest. That's what I need, isn't it? String vest. My arms are getting cold now. Yeah, put the heater on. All the polls still going. We have 18 votes, and 1/3 of you would like to hit it 300 yards plus on the fairway every single time, but 2/3 of you aren't very good at putting. No, it's not saying you aren't very good at putting, it's just that, yeah. What would I? Well, I hit it 300 yards, generally speaking, all the time anyway. Is it always in the fairway? No. But 3 putting, would I? Oh, I see. I really struggle with this, with the pole, the very pole that I done, because I don't 3-putt hardly ever, really. And I hit over 300. So I would possibly, you two drink, I'd possibly go 300 yards. I think I would. I think I'd rather have a 300-yard drive plus whatever it be in the fairway every single time. There you go, that's my 2 pence anyway. Neil saying, I guess radar systems are good to measure what actually happens with ball flight. Absolutely, absolutely right. Camera-based systems, what actually happens on the golf club, different strengths, different purposes. Yes, yeah. The only thing, so when it comes to a radar-based system, is the fact that it's measuring what the ball actually did in the air. So when you're dealing with the ball aerodynamics, when it goes through the air, absolutely. And if you're dealing with no wind, no environmental factors whatsoever, it is far better in that sense, because it's physically tracking it. When you start adding in environmental, well, wind for one, I mean, that's the biggest one. When you have different variations of wind, and wind is not linear, so it's not the same amount at the same height or different heights. It differs depending on what, because wind has like shear and has layers. And so depending on what flight you hit it, and different people will witness and create different amounts of deviation on their ball, just relative to how high they hit it and what layer of wind they hit into. And so this is the problem with it. It's when you, and then TrackMan will pick that up and it'll have different, yeah. So it is a really interesting conversation to have, because there are many, many good bits and bad bits about everything. Going to mail you some Arnold Palmer canned drinks coming. Brilliant. Why not? That would be brilliant. Spike, that'd be brilliant. Spike, the blue collar golfer, has just said he's going to mail me some Arnold Palmer canned drinks. That would be brilliant. What are your thoughts on TrackMan range? What are your thoughts on TrackMan? Right, TrackMan ranges. Now, I've had a little bit of experience with these. These are brilliant for the golfer, as in for the consumer. The consumers love TrackMan ranges. The problem is it's the ever increasing amount of golfers which get so carried away with hitting not say as hard as they can, but they get launch monitor-itis of where they get in a launch monitor and instantly they're just trying to swing harder and harder and harder. Now, I've seen it quite a bit when it comes to coaching and custom fit, and I've said, I don't know how many different people in the past, calm down. You've warmed up already and yet you're going faster and faster. It's not the whole idea. Just stop trying to beat the living daylights out of it and start becoming much more rhythmic, much more getting back to your normal rhythm and your tempo, and keep on hitting like that. Excuse me, Winnie Pops. But when it comes to TrackMan ranges, unless you're a very disciplined individual, I've seen people just start bashing living daylights out of it, and you don't see that on the golf course. And the problem is, by being a TrackMan range, they're now getting certain information which is, yeah, okay. Which then they can't then even take that to a golf course because it's not realistic. And so they think they hit this far on a TrackMan range, so that's how far they hit on the golf course, and instantly again they're short on everything. But I do hit it this far. No, you don't. But I do. No, you don't. No. So yeah, it's quite sad. I hit the ball 210 maybe. I'll take the 300. Yeah. Sherry in the and something else. If you never free putt, you can be super aggressive with your first putt, so more birdies. I don't say I never free putt, but yeah, you could be. If you took the option of I'm not ever going to three putt, yeah, you could turn around and say, sod it, I'm just basically going to ram this one in, because you know you're going to get the next one back. But yeah, yeah. I mean, it's an interesting, that was a really quick poll that I decided to whack up there, but I'll be quite interested to see how people see it. Radar system, Neil says, radar systems can normalize based on the early part of flight. That's also how it works inside. I know, but then the problem with normalizing, you kind of then take away the very essence of the whole idea of radar. And because the normalized bit doesn't really, TrackMan's, that has documented issues, should we say, when it comes to its measurements of indoor stuff, definitely. Spin rate being one of them. and how that works in the normalized, you kind of, by normalizing everything, you kind of take the whole idea of TrackMan away, and so you might as well just have at that point a GC quad down there, because it's normalizing everything after that. So but you're right, absolutely, it's got that function on there, which is obviously a pretty good function to have, but that's like an indoor function. But yeah, Oliver says Rapsodo 2 and the Mevo Plus now think use Fusion, so camera with radar software. Radar really hate hard surfaces, electric heaters. I like it. I like electric heater at the moment. I've got my heating set just so, and my Vesterol, my gilet. This is what it is, my gilet. Because I can't add to you a little bit of useless information when it comes to me when it plays to playing golf. I cannot swing a golf club in a coat. So I either have to wear a gilet, or what I actually do is I end up taking my coat off, put it on my bag and put it back on again between shots, and it's a little bit irritating. So yeah, I'm not a great fan of playing in the cold, constantly on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off. Forrest says, thank you, Spike. Yeah. Neil's accent say, normalise, calculate as if there was no wind, etc. Yeah. Yeah, my problems with TrackMan are really kind of stemmed early days, where when originally, back in the day, when we were looking at we were upgrading launch monitors from a ridiculously rubbish one. When I first probably joined at the range many moons ago, and I said that we really need to get something a bit more, with the times, we looked at GC2, we looked at Foresight basically with GC2, then going to HMT, or we looked at TrackMan. So we got both of them down. And when I was having the conversation with Foresight, they were very open, absolutely open with every single question. And I'm quite geeky, and I'm quite particular about questions that I ask. They were absolutely happy to answer any question that I posed to them, even if it was a case of, oh, I'm not quite sure about that one. No, I'll ring someone and find out. Anything else like that, doesn't matter. When it come to TrackMan, they were getting quite, I wouldn't say defensive, but they were getting quite, what's the word that you're trying to duck questions? There's a word for it. And it was just a little bit, I didn't get the feeling at all that they were being absolutely, completely open with the questions that I was posing. And from that, my little radar went off, no pun intended. And so then, yeah, we went Foresight. And to be fair, using Foresight for as long as I have done, I'm glad I did, because it is an exceptionally piece of gear. I mean, obviously I'm dealing with coaching and custom fitting. So that is very much so just focused on what you do at impact. And for that sense, because it's measured, you would argue it'd be very difficult to even, argue against how good quad is. Spike says, at Forrest Jenkins, can you imagine what he would have done with English tea and lemonade? So I'm looking at it, I'm thinking that's going to probably make me gag. But yeah, thanks for that. Martin says, Oliver, I saw new Rapsodo, looks quite impressive. Yeah. Forrest, I was worried Jay might never take my future questions. Yeah, I might never be here. You might be responsible for topping me off. Sherry and the, do American Golf fix the TrackMan so you think you hit it further? Right, well when it comes to launch monitors and custom fitting, okay, let's flick over. Let's have this conversation over here. Right, let's do that. Oh, it gets me up as well, which is I like, because as I'm getting older, cool, my trousers go. There we go. Which way round? That way round? You can still see me. There we go. So we're good. I need a golf club in my hand, don't I? Always need a golf club in my hand. If not, I feel naked if I haven't got a golf club in my hand. Right. All right, so this is my suggestion when it comes to any aspiring fitters, coaches we want to fit and stuff like that. So when it comes to having a custom fit with anybody, doesn't matter, right? I'll get that camera there. It doesn't matter. You've got to be honest. And so the first time I meet you, yeah, you haven't come to see me because you've seen me on YouTube or anything else like that, it doesn't matter. You've just come and seen someone. I need another YouTube drink in a sec. So, there is no relationship between you and I. You don't know me, I don't know you. So you've got no reason to trust anything that I say. So you should come into an environment with a little bit of cynicism, a little bit skeptical. I need to get a YouTube drink. Of what my motives are. Oh, hang on, got to be careful. There we go. Got away with not seeing that one on camera. And so I feel it's exceptionally important, early doors, to be as open and honest with everybody. Yeah, so aspiring fitters, if you have the capacity, make sure you have as many TV screens as you can possibly afford. And I'm not just talking about that one. That's the main one, obviously. But when it comes to ones on the TV, up on the wall, I've got the camera there. I'm gonna have to do a YouTube cough. Excuse me. I've got a camera here, as you can see, pointing to it. But above that, big old TV. And what I normally have is I have the simulator on here, and I have everything to do with a custom fitting on that screen. So I'm operating it from over there where the PC was and all bits and pieces like that. And anything that I do over here, I'd have the iPad, which is down there at the moment. You can't see it, or possibly about to see it. Yeah, you can do, on the top hand camera. There you go. Anything that I do on that comes up on that screen. So everything is open and honest. Everything is transparent. Every single thing that everyone sees or anyone does is up on the screen. They need to know also the fact that commission-based, because people are skeptics, they're a little bit cynical about certain people's motives, rightly so. And so, yes, I do tell people the fact that I charge for a fitting is because I'm charging them for my expertise within the fitting environment, and also my opinions based on them being solely based on you getting what you need, because that's what you need, not what I can sell you. Because then if I don't have any input whatsoever or don't care about anything to do with commission, I don't care if you bought the entire shop, yeah? It wouldn't make no difference. If you bought the entire thing, it would make no difference whatsoever. All I'd care about is that if you did buy the entire shop, it's what you need or what you liked. So that's important, absolutely. So you need, not just to be honest, you need technology, because if you haven't got screens, you have got people there adjusting certain things, parameters. You hit your shot, you're going along, you hit your shot with this, and oh, there you go, they do this, right? You hit a load more shots, bang, 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 bang. Right, you've warmed up now on your golf club, yeah? Bad idea, because you've just warmed up on your golf club, so you were slow to start with, but you've now gained a data set for your own golf club with you warming up. That's averaged out. And so then what they do is they go to a next one. Well, go over here, oh, try this one. Obviously, they would say try next one because they haven't bend profile tested or anything. But yeah, you get on. And you do another lot of shots. Whack with this new one, all fully warmed up. Possibly different loft, yes, but also, more so, when you've got on certain pieces of software, you can do certain things with software and it's wrong, yeah? And if it's not up on the screen, people can be changing stuff and you're busy sitting down here and going for another hit and stuff like that, and yet you don't know. And so, of course, this now new one is going to go longer. And will it go longer in the world? No, it won't. It'll have no basis whatsoever of going longer. It's just a case of it's been, yeah. And you can't see what's going on because you haven't got the capacity to be open and honest, because again, it's shielded, which is bad. But there you go. But you got to be aware. There you go. That was my little. I'll put the golf club back down. Oh, I'll spin this around. Oh, there you go. And flick over. And come back to the questions. Here we go. Sorry about that. Just going. Right, I better go pop over here. Excuse me. Think you need a warming YouTube drink, Jay Martin's put down. Oh, you're funny. Yes, I think I do. I'm all right now. I've got the heater going. At one point, I've also done a little demonstration, so got the blood moving around a little bit. So that hopefully Sherry and the, I've just explained that a little bit. Sean Majorum, hello Sean, how are you? How long are we away from a £500 launch monitor that can rival GC Quad or TrackMan? Thanks for the content, superb mate. Thank you very much. So to answer your question Sean, I reckon a long way away. I reckon if anyone, I think the closest we are going to get to a GC Quad is a £3,500 possible at the moment, maybe £3,800 GC2 HMT eBay special. That's about as close as we are going to get, I think, because unfortunately it's not in everyone's best interest. There has to be a certain step. As soon as it will be a race to the bottom, and this is just from a business point of view, if someone went out there and made something for 500 quid, and it would be blooming difficult as well to make something like Quad for £500. I don't know how much Quad costs from a point of view of the actual components inside, but some of the components they've got in there are ridiculous. But yeah. Dave says TrackMan and the golf course are worlds apart. Well, that's true. Launch monitors in general can be used very effectively in ways of, well, opening your eyes to certain things and making you aware of certain patterns and stuff like that. But yes, when it comes to the whole idea, you use launch monitors in the way that it should be used to take that information to the golf course to make your golf better. If we look at the similarities between it and the differences, if you don't use them in the correct way, it can make you worse, absolutely, if you don't know how to use them properly. Right, next one. Emerino, hello. Mark, I think it is, isn't it? Yes, I want to say it's Mark if I remember from last week, but I'm terrible at names, so I apologise if I'm wrong. I got to a sim centre that uses TrackMan to get more accurate averages than tweak my Garden R10 to get averages. It seems like when I play, golf distances are pretty good. Good, 100% right. Golf Addict has gone, I'm late again. Well, that's not your fault. I mean, unfortunately, when it comes to life in general, I've been bitten. I feel like I've been bitten. You know that feeling that you just got, yeah, there you go, just gonna irritate me now. Everyone's got to live, everyone's got to work, everyone's got stuff like that. So yeah, don't feel bad that you're late. You're here now. Spike saying it blocked the ink to the picture of lemonade. You can look later. It blocked the link to the picture of lemon. Did it really? Aw, darn it. Chris says, Jay proceeds to change the live stream title to which launch monitor systems is better. No, I've got my own opinion, but I'm not saying I'm right. All I'm saying is that my experience and yeah, I think there's, when it comes to certain things, okay, if I had instant feedback, I would turn around and say, who would anyone say would be, I'll tell you what, I'd do it in a poll. Or I'd do it in a, oh, wrong button, shouldn't have done that. Oh, okay, what's that? If I just pressed buttons, don't know. Should I do that or not? Right, so I could do it. Let's quickly, we've done the 300-yard drive. So basically 22% of you said that you'd rather have a 300-yard drive down the middle every single time. No missed fairways. And 78% of you would say you'd rather never three-putt again. There you go. So people will turn around and say it's putt for, drive for, you know what I mean, putt for dough. So we know how that one goes, and you're not wrong. A lot of people really should take that, so that was good. Right, here we go. I've been clicking buttons, so apologies if anything comes up as it should do. Right, Golf Addict has just donated $5.50 and said save $550 today, got the Sim 2 Max instead of the Stealth 2, hit the Sim way better, thank goodness. Well, what better than spending 1% of that, yeah, than saying that. Thank you very much, I appreciate that, it's very kind of you. He's then saying, well, I bought a driver today, Sim 2 Max, brand new, plus mid-size 4, yeah, +4. Tall velvet grip, mid-size, oh, okay, you know what I mean. Got it for $3.99 Canadian, whatever that is in the equivalent. Liked it more than the Stealth 2. Hit the Sim to 15 yards further, tighter drives. Yeah, Sim 2 here is $9.50. Holy smackaroos. Yeah. I'm kind of getting the understanding of what the difference is in, yeah, because if it's 500 and something, yeah, that's a blooming good deal. Well done. Nicely played. Right. Oliver says the Bushnell monitor, which is the, yeah, what's it called, Pro or something, isn't it? GC3 really, but without the Foresight software, yes, would be cheapest camera-based system. But don't they have, is that a subscriptive thing that you have to pay per month, per year or something when it comes to the Launch Pro? Oh, I have to remember. Would be cheapest camera-based system, then use Awesome Golf or GS Pro. I'm hearing a lot, I mean, GS Pro is gaining a lot of traction at the moment, but obviously it's gaining a lot of thing from, what's it called, from the fact that it's being sued. I just noticed I've left some up here, I do apologise. Martin's saying how much you sell in the shop for. No, I'm not. Everything in here is my own. These are my own little things and stuff like that. This is my little den. I'm not selling anything. Just not. Right, what we got here? Any other ones? No. Cool. Right, so I'm caught up, which is an amazing feat in itself, because I'm terrible like that. Oh, what's it? I'm looking at other things up here. I didn't realise they've got all these things up here, but yeah, there you go. Engage with the audience. I can now ask a question. What question would you like? Let's go that I can ask you guys. Okay, we'll do it this way, because this would be an interesting one. We could do a handicap. Scratch to 18 handicap. Yeah. Or 18 handicap and over. So I'm just going to whack that in there. Now we've got another poll going for a bit of fun. And it's literally this, for the people that are watching, literally pop in there right now. What is your handicap? Now we don't have to go to the full depths of just telling me what you just literally have to, in the polls, just click either scratch to 18 or handicap 18 and up. That's it. Yep. and this is not sim handicap. This is not handicap when you're doing this. That doesn't count. That's against the rules. We're talking real golf. Yeah, because anyone can be the simulator king. I'm fairly good on simulator, but it's only because I'm used to hitting the sims constantly. It doesn't bother me. I mean, it got to a point where I've used simulators. I've used a GC Quad or a GC2 HMT and GC2, but I've used this launch one up for so many years now in every situation of doing golf. Every single time I actually play golf, when I'm doing my pre-shot routine, I actually imagine that in like the imagery of golf, I imagine that a quad is down by the golf ball, so it just helps me trust my alignment and everything. It's ridiculous, it's hilarious. You just get so used to being in an environment of such like that. So, Martin says, yes, they have so many upgrades on the Bushnell that are yearly subs. That makes sense, I guess. GolfNut was going to cut the Sim 2 max down to 44.5. But they talked me into playing it is just choke down 1.25 inches, see if that works and maybe cut it. Well, obviously, remember as soon as you cut it, you change the swing weight. So I would be, yeah. If you were to cut it down, you'd have to get it re-swing weighted, and so you'll have to be adding some weight to the head. If you add weight to the head though, that will change the deflection of the shaft, because your shaft will play weaker as such, sorry, because of the extra weight in the head. That will deflect the shaft more, especially in droop. So dynamic lie would be affected slightly, and then so therefore a marginal amount of face angle, but yeah. PN UK Golf, depends on how much we are playing for. In which bomb was that? Oh, what have I said now? Which how much we up? Oh, is that for the original poll? I'm not quite sure. Cody, hello Cody, hope you're well. Do you think a dialed in STG220 driver is any better than the STZ220? Yes, because of the movable weights, it can dial into the requirement that you've got. A Z is a neutral based driver, so it will do very well when it comes to neutral stuff. If you require a certain amount of weight to be moved in the head to facilitate the head doing a certain thing or protecting against a certain miss, then effectively the G will win. Martin says, I'm like you, Jay, I don't have a handicap. Well, in that case then, what are you, what, I'm assuming you're pro? Oh, so in that case then, do I need to add to the poll? I can't, oh, I can't, I can't add to it now. I'd like to add in there and say, I'm a pro. 7 to 9 handicap, good. Fast for Golf Addict there. Forrest says, lol, PNUK. Tawny handicaps also seem to be much higher. Oh, sorry, yeah, I've got it now. Twins on neutral playing for, yeah. What's my handicap? Answer. Alistair, I still don't have an official handicap. Doesn't matter, just stick down what you think. Everyone who hasn't got an official handicap doesn't matter, just pop down there what you think you should be, in all honesty. I know everyone likes to say, it's a strange thing when it comes to handicap, because it's this one thing that golfers like to boast how low they are. And when it comes to playing, they want as many as they possibly can. Not greatly conducive. Sean says, 3 handicap, can golf courses relax dress codes to encourage more women and memberships? Well, that's a really good question, Sean. So when it comes to dress codes, how do you mean exactly? Because if you imagine, right, hang on a second, bear with. Now, when we're not talking many moons ago, there we go, just 2 sets of shoes here, right? 2 sets of shoes. Oh, can you remember where we had a shoe like this? Well, like things coming out, that's the key for it, right? So it's shoes like that. We are talking like the RoboCop of shoes, like the original Gen M's from Mizuno. They were blooming good shoe these were, but they were like literally like RoboCop shoes. Now, these were what you needed to wear, and even these, to a certain extent, were. I mean, obviously at one point you had like the was it the Torjoys, the classics from FootJoy shoes, and then we get into these kind of things. And as you can see, not much in the way of golf shoe like on there. That's a trainer, people. And so, Sean, you are right. We have relaxed quite a bit already. I'm not saying it's wrong. Well, I am. Well, the shoes I don't mind. What's hopefully Sean has said a bit now. Yeah, he's popped up. That's all right. We can do it. PNUK Golf, I don't have an official, would take more than 8 shots off my mates, but it's probably 12-ish. Wouldn't, as we have. Forest Jenkins 11, good handicap. That's a good handicap. So no pro, it was 20 years ago. I had a handicap, then it was 8.4. Not bad whatsoever. Sean says, I'm not talking about jeans and a bolt through your nose. That's good. You know, dress codes, I'm a fan of dress code. I'm not a fan of elitist, stuffy dress code. What I can't stand is this, I won't say it, this rubbish, excuse me, Willy Pops, about socks. If you wear shorts, you must wear white socks pulled so high up your leg, you might as well be wearing trousers. Why? What on earth are you lot doing? No, tailored shorts, absolutely fine. Tucked in golf, meaning tucked in to a certain extent. I can understand some people when the top's not tucked in, it does look a bit scruffy. I get it, okay, fair enough, but I mean, just dump the stupid rule about socks. I mean, come on, people, really? Mr. Mumble's in the house. Hello, Mr. Mumble. Hope you're doing very well. 15-16 handicap down from 28. Really? Very good. You two drink. There we go. You just nearly saw that. Oof, nearly. Dangerous. That's really good. From 28 down to 15 in a year. Well done, well played. Spike said, I was 14 last I played, regular 10 years ago, and now a 6 on sim, according to your GS Pro since I started. There you go. See, the whole idea of this fun thing about golf, right, and this is true. If you imagine this, golf is a game of which we should enjoy. And there are many facets of the game of golf of where we can have fun doing. Maybe the practice side of things, it may be playing, it may be sim stuff. And I don't get this kind of, there's this thing about sim golf no, if that's what you enjoy playing and that's what you enjoy doing, why the heck not? Just, yeah. Let golfers who like to walk around and get cold and get rained on have their time, and let the people who want to play in a nice warm air conditioned or whatever it be environment have their own as well. We're enjoying the same thing, it's just different environments. That's good, Mr. Mumble, says Martin, it's true. Right, Emrino, shoot, it's Mark, saying, I'm a 19, but lately I've taken down a few 15s. Whoa, I could see that being cut. If you're taking 15 handicaps down. Dave saying fishing 11 but haven't put a card in for a while, so probably lower. Interested to see over the winter time. Forrest just donated $2 here saying no show YouTube. There you go. And dependent on how long I was here, you always go prepared. Always go prepared. Got another one here as well. Always come prepared. Hydration is key, absolutely. I'm sitting here for a while talking, so I need to make sure I stay hydrated. So where I am, guys said, my home course is quite relaxed, dress code, jeans allowed. Wow, shorts allowed, t-shirts, just no wife beater shirts. Well, that I agree with, absolutely. Maybe not the rest of it, but yeah, agree, Jason Martin, that's good. Thunder, don't keep an official handicap a single digit trying to shoot par again. That's a good handicap to have. I mean, trying to shoot par, that is, but when you're a handicap amateur golfer, shooting par is blooming difficult. If you shoot par, you are among a top echelon of golf, which not many ever achieve. So the fact that you've did it once before, for an amateur golfer, it's good, it is. Mr. Mumble says, thank you at Martin's Reef. No, great. Christopher says, very good, Mr. Mumble. Mr. Mumble says, thank you. Well done. That is good, very well done. Dave Devine, Mr. Mumble. See, Mr. Mumble's getting all the love here. Going from 28 down to 15 handicap in a year. Done very well. See, this is what I like in the community. Everyone's being kind to everybody else. We have a little laugh and stuff like that. Why I've got a YouTube itchy snozzer. Yeah, there you go. Sam says, my God, the socks. You're so right. We had that for years at our club. Rules should be respected for the right reasons. You do a fantastic job, mate, with full respect. That's all right. So I think I should go in there and set a few rights. I don't think I'll last very long. I have my own view on things. Right, Spike says, I'm old. I spent a lifetime outside uncomfortable in my blue collar simulator. Yeah, too right. It's never wet inside. Well, not unless you got leak, but that's a completely different subject. Spike the blue collar golfer, now playing. You're playing, well, yeah. A Special K at work, so just a quick pop in, say hello. Hello, hope you're well. And Golf Editors also done and said, well done, Mr. Mumble. See, Mr. Mumble's getting some serious love here for doing all that work and dropping all those shots in 1 year. Martin says that's just me, or that must mean we're going for a late chat, Jay. Well, it's now two and a half hours. Well, again, my concern more than anything else is the fact that I won't be on YouTube for a week or two, because I've got lots and lots of stuff I need to do. I'm very busy going up in the next few weeks. And so being honest, I need to make sure that I need to get that done. I don't, well, mess around doing that. It gets it done, and once it's done, I can get back to doing this. So I need to make sure that I get that. It's just normal, well, life stuff. Andy, favourite course in Spain? That is a good question to everybody. Can I pose a question in the whole to everyone about that? Ooh. Oh, I can't even spell now. Favourite course? Huh? Yeah, what's that matter? Favourite course in Spain. So I'm going to put that out to everybody and see what they think. I'm going to pop out there as well, just saying, right, I'll end the poll to, oh, are we going again? I hope so. All the messages are gone. So, handicap, we've got basically 70% of, wow, 70% of the viewers at the moment, there's been 27 votes in the last 13 minutes, and 70% of you are scratched at 18 handicap, and only 30% of you are 18 handicap and over. That is crazy. That's a lot. That does not go in with the normal amount of what you would see when it comes to the pyramid of golf. But it does mean we've got a lot of good golfers over here on the channel, which is always good. Right, so let's end that poll. We've got that information there. And it'd be really nice to see if we can get some, there we go. So I've got two going on. So I've got a question and Q&A, favourite course in Spain at the top. Don't know if it's going to work or not. Could work, could not. If it doesn't work, I apologise, it's all gone horribly wrong. Spain trip is on the bucket list for Forest. I like the idea from that, just purely on the fact that it's nice and warm. Dave said, never played in Spain. No, I mean, I've never played in Spain, to be fair. But, well, it's just through the winter months, so I'd take anywhere that's warm. Saying that, and about, ooh, what's the old T minus now? It's actually cracking down now. It's 20th of March. And I think, when is it? The 8th of May that I think I'm going on honeymoon. So, I know I haven't done that yet. Huge drink. And so there's a problem. So when you go in, well, it took a while to get, but then again, I've got so much to do. I've got to get it all done by the time I go on honeymoon, definitely. Monte Castillo for me, going there again in August the 5th. Or in August, 5th year running. Not the best, but favourite. Doesn't matter. If it's good, doesn't matter. It's what you enjoy. Absolutely enjoy yourself. What the PNUK, is that a cow? Yep, that's bull. Right. Yeah, Mr. Mumble at Golf Addict. Thanks, all thanks to Jay making fun and interesting videos, making me addicted to this game. If it's down to me, oh, that's a worrying thing. Sean saying, Mira Ferez, Quintina Dulago in Portugal. Oh, that's Spain. He said Portugal and Spain. You start getting the Portuguese and Spanish people mixed up, and they'll have a little bit of a, yeah. Golfing on your honeymoon. I don't believe I am. There is a certain level of what I'm allowed. My wife is very kind, and she allows me to get away with murder when it comes to me doing what I do, and because it takes a lot of time. And I'll be honest, especially at the moment, until YouTube channel starts growing to a point of where it's exceptionally financially viable. At the moment, the amount of time I spend doing what I spend for relatively little, it's just, yeah, okay, I can, but she's exceptionally understanding and she's brilliant, so thank you again for that one. But no, I won't be playing golf on my honeymoon. Right, it's a long time since playing in Spain, yeah, PNUK Golf, yeah, aha, yeah. Spike, sent you an email to get the address for the Arnold Palmer. Well, in that case then, I will be looking forward to that, probably come through my phone. Martin's right, saying, He just sent £10 for honeymoon drink for you and your good lady. Ah, do you know what? Every so often when I'm doing these, my wife will jump on and she won't comment. She'll just see how things are going. Yeah, just don't tell her. Yeah. If not, she'll want the £10, wouldn't she? She won't want it on. She'll want it on something else, sunglasses or something like that. No. Thank you very much, mate. It's very much appreciated. It really is. Honeymoon drink for you and your good lady. PN UK Golf, nearly 3 million views through though channel growing. Yes, it is. It's growing. It's doing what it needs to, but it's not obviously doing what it needs to do fast enough. It's just a case of because I have my way of doing things, I am limiting my viewership. I know that YouTube algorithm likes fun, cinematic stuff, which is short and sharp and all this lot. I don't necessarily subscribe to that, no pun intended. I think the way I do things is targeted very much so towards the individual who's looking for equipment and is looking at a review to try and gauge an understanding of what kind of equipment to test or what to look at. And especially if people have some inkling of understanding of how they hit the golf ball, even where they can't articulate it in a way that they know exactly where they hit it, but they've got a guide. Watching my stuff when it comes to forgiveness and stuff like that is, I think, paramount to an individual who's seriously looking for equipment to make sure they make the right decision. Because when you're looking at equipment now so expensive, making that purchase is an investment, it is, but it's making sure that they buy the right thing, because you don't have to buy 2 or 3 times. Let's make sure you buy the right stuff the first time. What was it? Golf Lecture, just tell her to wait till you finish your golf round and then make a sandwich. Yeah. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Dave Devine, hello Mrs. J. Yeah. Although saying that, I don't think she's changed her name yet. I mean, that's been, when we get married last August. August the 20th, I think it was, yeah. She hasn't changed the name on Facebook yet, I don't think. There you go. It's fine. Oliver says, Spain, never been. Winter equals Northern Irish Links Golf. Access for me. Royal Portrush. Royal County Down. Ballyliffin. Yeah. Castle Rock. Rosapun, all very expensive to play from Easter forward, 250. I heard, what was it? Was it Sawgrass or something like that? I can't remember. It was something like $840 a round or something like that. I did see. Like, how much? Yeah. See, this is the question we had about golf balls and stuff. About if they change golf balls and you have elite and professional ball, and then you get amateur ball, and you can't play the same one as if they ever did that and stuff like that. We don't know if they're just going to be very few going to take on the local rule or not. But then you can't. Then you won't be able to play the same equipment as the pro. When it comes to golf courses, you can play the same golf courses. I mean, okay, for Augusta you can't, but you know what I mean. The vast majority you can do. But it's blooming expensive, and that amount of money for that is ridiculous. But there you go. Golfnet says, "Hi, Mrs. J. I didn't mean it." The sandwich remark. It's all right. She's got a good sense of humour. She lives with me. She has to. I constantly joke about everything. PNUKA Golf. I think 2023 YouTube algo is going away from attention farming and real life info. I don't know. I mean, that's the thing when it comes to the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, if I played the game and I just dumped my morality, yes, I could. Like anyone could do, they could make a lot of money on YouTube if they wanted just to do it for make pure clicks, and they don't really give a monkeys as to what information gets stuck out there. They're just doing it from a point of just pure money. Then yes, you can, but I don't subscribe to that. Again, no pun intended. Yeah, my morals will get in the way of me earning lots and lots of money. So the likes of when, like Martin, etc. I tell you what, I'll do this very quickly because it does warm my cockles when people do that, because it does mean a lot to me. If it ever comes up, come on. Sometimes it allows me to oh, it's not popping up at the moment. So I can actually get an understanding of how many people have donated. If not, I'll have to go through. But I mean, when people donate money like that, it's one thing having to sit through like adverts. I get it. Unfortunately, YouTube is one of these things. I'd rather we never had to worry about watching another blooming advert ever again. But we can't get around it. It has to be that way. But so when people donate, just like even small amounts, it is just such a very, very nice, kind thing for people to do. It really is, and it just shows their support for and how much they enjoy and contribute to the channel. It's brilliant. Really, really is. It's very, very nice. Right. So next one. Where are we? Elaine's back. Hello, Elaine. How are you? Golfing for 4 years now. Learned watching YouTube. Never had a lesson. I'm 44. My handicap is down to 6, is it? Well done. My miss is sometimes pulling arms down quicker than I turn, results in a pull left. Any tips? I'd like to see it. So are we talking, bear with, hang on, transition. I'll leave the shoes down there. Which way are we? This way? Yeah, I'll go that way. Yeah, you can see, right. I'm gonna turn the heater off now. Don't need the heater on anymore. That's warm enough as it is. Right, so are we talking about, so from that camera there that you can see, we're going, you go like that, and then you're saying that rather than everything coming down in the right way, you're getting down a little bit this way first, and of course, then you pull that way. When you're getting your, well, I'll tell you what, you just sort of stay on this camera. When we're talking about synchronization issues, and that's effectively what it is, you get a bit eager to hit it. And of course, as soon as you get eager in your transition, when it comes to big muscles, when they move, it's different to the fast twitch. The fast twitch ones are the ones that fire and the ones that can get you in trouble. So they're the ones that you can get flippy with and stuff like that. And so, especially when you warm up and when you're warming up, they work at different speeds. So when I'm warming up anyway, the chances are they might get some pulls to start with until my fast twitch muscles are ready to go, but my big muscles aren't. So yeah, warming up is key. But when it comes to, if you feel that every so often you get out of sync, and it's what it is, your hands come down too quick. Now, generally speaking, when you physically measure people, when you physically see someone, you put them through the cameras and then you put two completely, in their view, different swings. Well, I got snatchy with this one, or whatever the word they want to use. When you compare it on the camera, frame by frame by frame by frame by frame, it looks nigh on identical. The difference is when you measure it on quad, the difference where before of the two shots, actually path, etc., was no difference. The only difference they had was possibly a bit of strike, but definitely face angle. You see that they've delivered with a pull, they'll deliver it slightly tweaked that way. And everything, and it's people's difference of how they feel their rhythm goes. They get anxious to hit it, and they get snatchy like that, where you just, rather than worrying about what you're doing, you focus on the 1, 2, 3. There was Andy, a good friend who used to work with at the range. He was doing putting drills, and because he loves his putting, and he'll spend hours doing putting. And when he was doing the putting, he went to a putting coach, which was talking to him how to synchronize stuff and how to keep a good tempo. And when he was doing it, he was actually using the gates that you get, the putt-out gates that you can get, you can try and putt through. And you could hear him, he was setting up for his putt, and then he was going, woo, woo, like that. I think, Andy, what are you doing? What noise are you making? It's just like, well, when you're putting, when you're doing whatever you're doing, if you use like silly things, like you spend more time thinking about the woo, woo, the noise, and less time snatching at the shot, and then you match your woo woo to, it was something ridiculous that you just made you think, I can see the logic in that, and it works. But effectively, yeah, when you get snatchy, that's basically what it is. You're out of sync, and you feel as though you're out of sync, and then you get your hands start getting active and snatch it. So work on your metronomic pattern. So you get into there, you go 1, 2, 3, like that. 1, 2, 3. So you get the same swing over and over and over and over. It gets boring to watch. That's what you generally find when it comes to PGA Tour players when they do their things. They're all, you can set your watch by them as they hit. You can nearly get your watch, get your stopwatch, and when it comes to from the time they start their pre-shot routine to the time when they hit that golf ball, excuse me, is basically to the second. Everything is exactly the same. Right, so let's get back on to, because I was doing a little bit of demonstration. So let's get back to where we are going. Where we are. So Andy, there we go. Andy, she could caddy for you, so you spend more time together on your honeymoon. Very romantic. It's a good idea. I'll ask, see what she thinks. I think I know what she'll think. I think she won't ever say it, but I think the Foxtrot Oscar. PNUK Golf. Lives be great for that. Lives be great. Let lives be great for the content too. For that content too. I'm sorry. I kind of get you understand, but I'm being a bit thick myself. Sean, hello. Mira Flores and the Marbella Country Club in Spain. Best courses are in Portugal. Quinta do Lago is immaculate. Monty won the Portuguese Open and Harrington won the last one. Well, manicured, lovely. Andy says La Manga. The wife has just basically said, I'm not being caddy on my honeymoon, you idiot, we'll call it. I don't think she's going to be volunteering to caddy, even though it's obviously going to be lovely sunshine and you can work on a 360-degree tan. That's definitely not going to be, yeah, okay. Right. PNUK Golf. Right, it's got like this. Not changed name on Facebook yet. I know. Have a word. I think she has. I don't know. Has she? I don't even know. I better have a look, really. I say she hasn't. I still haven't changed her on my contacts. She's still. I know. God, YouTube cough. So let's just have a little look. No, I was right. She's still as what she was before. There you go. Right, what we got? Andy says Wallasey is apparently charging £1,200 for a 4-ball in the run-up to the Open. Wow. Yep. Judd, hi Jay, love the channel mate. Been playing TSR 2, 10 degree, recently been demoing Stealth 2 Plus and have gained nearly 30. Can't figure out honestly, have you seen this before? Yes I have. So if you're gaining 30 yards, Judd, right? There is only 2 ways that can happen. You are either swinging distinctly faster with the new one, which you won't be, or the previous TSR2 was fairly poorly fit. Because if you keep everything like for like, there is very little chance that a TSR2, even though a Stealth 2 Plus and a TSR2 are slightly different categories of driver, that there would be that much difference in center of gravity alone. It must have been a poorly fit TSR2 and a very good fit, potentially Stealth 2 Plus. I'd like to see what the dispersion patterns are between the two. If one's nearly 30 yards longer, is it slightly more dispersion orientated when it's with this pattern? It'd be interesting to see. PNUK Golf says YT Premium, I think I pay £12 a month, no more ads. Is that what it is? £12 a month? That's an interesting concept, because when I look at my revenue breakdown and stuff like that, a certain amount does come from YouTube Premium. So obviously there are people there which do operate the £12 a month, and I can understand. If you're a huge consumer of YouTube content, then I can understand the 12. It depends if you want to sit through, I don't know how much stuff of, I mean, you can do, but there you go. Right, where do we go? GolfNut, what is your Facebook name so I can add you? It's just, well, you can. Oh, hang on, let's go quick. I'm not really a Facebook person, or maybe really. So, she's definitely not going to caddy. Right, what is my? Because I got the AskGolfNut one. So, I think you can. If you can just go on AskGolfNut, you can go on and find me on there. But I'm not really someone who really gets involved in that one, being honest. But you can see me there, and obviously you can comment on stuff. You can obviously contact me through there and bits and pieces. But yeah, and I've got my J Smith, which is me, and you'll be able to see me on there. But again, I don't really use Facebook. I'm not really a Facebook person. But there you go. What else we got? There you go. Let me put that thing down there. Right, where are we? Alain said yes. How to work less arms, more turn. Metronomic. Make sure you've got your big muscles working, your core muscles working, and your hands are literally passengers in it. Your hands should not have to fight to get down to the golf ball. If they do, everything's out of sync. So yeah, I'd work with a coach directly to try and see if you can get your sync a little bit more in line with your own. Everyone's got a rhythm, everyone's got their own, no different to when it comes to shake hands, everyone's got their own natural how they do things. And so working with an own golfer's how they are as an individual, how flighty they are, how fast they are at doing certain things is the best thing. So there's people talk about a lot about tempo, where yes, tempo is important, but tempo on the line of where the individual is naturally based. If you get some people which are much more laid back, much more laid back, and their swing necessarily can still be fast. I mean, Ernie Els, he's got a fast swing, but he's fairly deliberate doing what he does. So everyone's different. So yeah, just got to make sure you get taught based around what your natural tendencies are. Martin say, not sure if it was a suggestion of you, Jay, but thought it was good. Tee boxes should have been done on gender, done on gender, but on handicap. Yes, that was my suggestion. That's what I said last week. That I had a little bit of a rant, basically saying that we shouldn't do it on gender, but we should do it on handicap. But yeah, I don't think they would do that. Neil San Martin Reef, here in Denmark, almost all courses now have tee boxes marked up by length of the course from that part. So, oh, that's good. Yeah. There are no conversion tables for both genders. That's yeah. So I like that idea, how it's just done on distance. I think it should be handicap, because obviously there is a distinct correlative link between, and there's always going to be exceptions, absolutely, but there is a correlative link between handicap and distance. And so as a generalized rule, again, it's generalized, but there is a correlative link. The higher handicap, the closer to the flag you should start. But yeah, so PNUK, has she put she's in a relationship yet? Well, there you go. Now I think she has put married and stuff. She just hasn't changed the name. Don't know. She's not a Facebook person either, so she doesn't really look. That's good at yeah, that's good for Martin. So he's shouting out Niels. Golf addict lol. Gary Lucas. Hello Gary, hope you're well. Jay, what do you think of the Ping G430 HL Fairy Woods? Don't see any reviews of them. Well, I don't think there was a certain thing, and this is back in the day now, obviously was it January the 10th or something, Ping's embargo for everything, and I can remember having the conversation with Ping about the HLs, and there was a certain amount of they're not being released at the same time as everything else, because they're not ready. And whether they've done now, they may have, obviously by March, they should have definitely come to retail now. My issue when it comes to the HL stuff, and I had this with sort of like a technical side of things when it comes to a video meeting. And my concern with going the design, or the construction way that the design also that Ping have done, by limiting the weight of the head to try and encourage the fact of trying to move the mass faster by going a slightly lighter shaft, by going a slightly lighter head, etc., to try and make the whole physical thing lighter to move it in 3D space faster. Yes. However, by taking weight out of the head, not only do you change the center of gravity of the head, so not making it as low and far back, you also, so not as potentially helpful in its launch, you also take away some of the MOI of the head, so resistance to twist, as in when I mishit it, is it as forgiving? So when it comes to it, and I think I might, if I can, I'll try and do some work on the one against the other. But the problem I've got is potentially by going to a HL in a ping design, because of the light construction, you are potentially looking at having an option which can be longer, definitely, but it might also be less forgiving, which, depending on which is your greatest requirement. Right. Forrest says, shook hands with someone and he held the shake way too long. Is that like that, you know, when you have a cuddle with someone, although I'm not a real cuddler, I must admit. When you give someone a hug and they just stay in there just a fraction too long and you're thinking, yeah, this is mildly inappropriate now. I'm starting to get, yeah. GolfNut, sorry I missed the Facebook thing, was on the phone. It's all right, everyone's got well, it's good to talk. A guy for typo. What's that? Oh, the first bit. Oh, yes, right. I went with someone ago. Did he? How long is too long when you hold the handshake? Is it too long when he's staring in your eyes at the same time? Dave says, don't understand why they call them HLs instead of forwards. Well, that's true. That's a good point. They are, I suppose. Well, it's just loft. Gary, look, thanks for that. You're welcome, Gary. So I'm at the bottom. Hoorah! I've now managed to get to the end of all the comments and stuff. So, still itchy snozzer. Right, anyone else got any questions? Because this is now 3 hours nearly. 3 hours nearly. You to drink. That one's done. That one's finished. I might open the other one. Doesn't matter. Well, it depends on how long I'm going to be in it. Why do people hate my iron head covers? Don't know. I have iron head covers. Every single. So there was a post on Facebook, something or other, a forum saying, how many head covers have you got in your bag? All of them. There's not a single golf club in my bag that hasn't got a head cover. Every single one has got a head cover. Why? Why? Because I like my irons. I like the fact that they look, well, they don't look shiny at the moment. Hang on, bear with. You always got to have the facility to give them a polish. It may sound sad and stuff like that, but you do. You always got to keep and look after your golf equipment. It's expensive stuff. So yeah, I have yeah. I mean, they are lovely. They are lovely looking and stuff like that. Now, of course, the faces and stuff, they're going to get beaten up. Of course they are. I mean, at the end of the day, you're playing golf, right? So absolutely. But this bit doesn't. I don't understand how people can get battered up back bits when you think, well, that bit's the bit you hit with the golf ball and the dirt, the sole's going to get dinked and stuff like that. I don't understand how that has to be beaten the living daylights out of when, yeah, I mean, I'm playing blades, so they look lovely and yeah, keep them looking lovely. So head covers galore, go for it. I don't mind, you're not going to get any hate from me. I don't mind if people don't want to use golf head covers. It doesn't bother me that people do or don't. I don't understand why people have such a hate relationship with that people that do. Being golf, oh man, I was joking. I like to rattle when I talk. When I walk, I like to rattle. Yeah, they are mint. My Mizuno's been through the mill. GolfNut, it was nice chatting with you. He's gone now because he knows that I have so many head covers. I don't understand why people have such a thing of head covers. Some people like bag chatter. Some people like the little tiny marks that you get on forged irons because they do that in the bag. I'm not someone who likes it, I must admit. I'm not. There we go, get rid of that. I'm just trying to tidy up my bits and pieces on there. Right, Forrest says, I bought 4 Giants a month ago and bought covers too after learning, after learning here from Jay, they would look bad without covers. I like them, forces me to clean them before putting cover back on. It's true, every single time. Make sure you, if you don't use that golf club again and you haven't cleaned your golf club and then you put a cover on it, and that's no different. So if you were to imagine doing, if you had no covers whatsoever, and you then zip up the hood that most people, well, I say most people, some people do, you trap all that moisture. And so, yeah, make sure that you clean your golf clubs. If not, you'll get spots of rust. And especially when it comes to, obviously, Mizuno irons, you can get spots of rust in the grooves and stuff like that. That is a known thing, not just from Mizuno, to a lot of people, but yeah, it's because people don't unfortunately clean their golf clubs. But again, some people, they don't care. They see golf clubs, honestly, as tools to use, and so do I. And they don't have this thing, I've got to keep them pristine and stuff like that, which is absolutely fine. Everyone's different. That's the beauty of people. They make the world go round in different ways. But I like to keep things looking in a certain way. That's it. That's just me. Ken says, your blades look mint. They are. What head covers do you recommend, especially for compact little compact iron heads? Well, again, I've got the Mizuno authentic ones, the leather ones and stuff like that, because, well, why? Because they're white and blue, and they go with the white and blue bag, and everything's white and blue. So basically white and blue. But again, spoke to a friend today, and he's got some, I think they're iron head covers with zips on them. Now, he gets a little bit frustrated with them sometimes because he's got to remember, I mean, my one's Velcro, so you ain't got to worry about zips and stuff, and they're easy to pop on and off, and they slip in my pocket. So when it comes to in between shot, well, not in between, you know what I mean, hitting shots and stuff, I just stick them in my pocket. They're relatively thin. But yeah, I just like trying keeping them looking half okay. If they come out of the factory looking shiny and lovely, and then as soon as a lot of people open them, they go, oh, isn't that nice, that's lovely. Well, why don't you then try and keep, yeah, there you go, but it's fine. I just saw the bottom comment, I'll get to that in a minute, PN UK Golf, thank you very much for that. Golf Head said, make sure you use your head cover on your honeymoon or not. Well, yeah, if I'm trying to get the missus to, the wife to caddy for me, I think I'll need a head cover, which boxers use. Head guard more than anything else. No, she's fine. Right, PN UK Golf, here we go. New here, Jay. Where are you located? You sounded a little bit like Coach Lockie. No, Coach Lockie and I come from 2 completely different parts of the UK. You his bro? I don't think so. I'm not quite sure how old Matthew is, but I'm a little bit older than Matthew. I might just be wearing better than I thought. But yeah, he's, I don't know how old he is now. Is he 30 yet? I can't remember now. Ah, the powers of youth. But yeah, I'm more Mark's age than I am Matthew's. But yeah, I like Matt. Matt's he's a funny guy. He is. I can still remember. It was a oh, what is it? Dart. Is it Dart? What? I can't remember. It was on YouTube, and it's part 2 when Mark lost his. he went crazy in a bunker. It was hilarious. I do like the dynamic between Mark and Matt. So so close at Bristol. So close. No, I'm not. I'm in Suffolk, which Bristol is like, where is it? Somerset stroke. Where is it? What would the thing be? It would be Cornwall. It would be Somerset kind of area. But it's all down that neck of the southwest anyway. And I am east. So yeah, we have quite a few. We've probably got about 5 hours, about 5 hours drive, I'd say, between us. Not as the crow flies, we're driving over fields, but as the roads go, about 5 hours. PN UK Golf Norwich, yes, that's Norfolk, but very, very close. Bury St Edmunds is the closest big one to me. Gary says, do you do any vlogs on the course, Jay? I've done one, a brief one. That was in, I can't remember now, late 2018, I think it was, or something like that. I don't know now, or 2019, or can't remember now. Might be 2019. I can't get it, man. Yeah, I did that, and I basically, I was at a 5-hole course vlog. It was going to be an 18-hole one, but there was many different things went on in my life at the time then, which caused it not to be anyway. But it was fun. It was, my thing when it comes to, again, when it's come like course vlogs, I could do them on my own, absolutely. I mean, I might be doing some going forward. I had a meeting today actually about potentially doing some course stuff over at Flempton, which is a local-ish course to me. It's a 9-hole golf course, but it's actually quite a nice place to do content on. So I might be doing more stuff over there, absolutely. The different stuff, the problem is that when I'm doing stuff on there, it's not like it's in here. Every single time I hit a shot in here, you physically see what goes on. It's harder in here because every single time I do something in here, it's in front of the cameras of the launch monitor and it's stuck up on the screen. So if I absolutely make a complete pig's ear of it, you see it, yeah? When it comes to doing any kind of stuff on the course, I can, well, again, it doesn't really matter what you do on the golf course, and I would see it as a little bit cheating, really, because what kind of, apart from me playing golf, and there's certain things, of course, you can do on in a course vlog about playing golf, rather than, you can't do course reviews you can't. I mean, yeah. Golf Addict, I just saw on here, Golf Addict is a blood pudding fan. It's black pudding, but exactly what is it? Exactly, basically what you think it is black pudding, and it's baked. And now, am I a fan of it? Do you know what? I don't mind. I don't mind it. Do I find it? Could I eat it every day? No, but I don't mind it every so often. I don't. I like it more cooked than anything else, but yeah. Dave says, I have to get up early. Thanks, Jay. Good night, all. Dave, thank you very much for joining in. It's been a pleasure. PN UK Golf said, blood pudding, you defo from Dan Saf. Dan Saf. Yeah, Dan Saf. GA. PN Golf down even. Now it's, well, Dan. See, when you're in London, that's what they say, in that kind of area, they say Dan Saf. No, there's not. I don't really have an accent, Gibble. I don't think I have an accent. When I talk to my dad, I sometimes get into my old accent of what I used to be years ago, because my dad's Norfolk and he does talk with a bit of a Norfolk twang. So yeah, I can get into there. PNUK, North versus South YouTube divide. Yeah, well, if you remember years and years ago, there was this rivalry really between Rick and Mark, and there was conversations about YouTubers having like a match and stuff like that. And of course, the public, the viewer, likes making much more of it than it really was. But it is fun. I mean, and they never did. I don't think they, yeah. And I don't think they've got any actual like gripes with each other. I don't think there's no bones to pick with each other whatsoever. They just do their own thing in a different way, and one wishes the other one good luck, and so does the other one. But yeah, what was it saying? Everyone with a bag and a camera in Manchester vlogs. Yeah, everyone has sort of tagged along. Laugh my arse off, black pudding. Duh, my bad. Yeah, it's interesting stuff, black pudding. All my kicking underneath my desk. I've got to move that box. That was diplomatic, Jay. Yeah, I've known to be fairly diplomatic. In my time, I can, yeah. I've got a very, very strong opinionated views, but I would say that there's certain times when there's no point in being, yeah, you might as well be diplomatic, because it doesn't actually serve any purpose not being. Doesn't actually prove anything or not if you say something you should or shouldn't. But yeah, it's an only opinion. Right, what's time? Time is 11 o'clock. Now, we could, what do you want, guys? Shall we stay on here for a little bit longer or not? Get Robbie Knox and Jack Mate on channel. That way you can give them some lessons, Knox. Well, yeah. I was actually thinking about doing doing a live stream like this, but doing it in a well, they do it like in a podcast idea. So when you've got like Pete's podcast, he's doing quite well when it comes to podcasts and stuff like that. So he's not actually having any interaction with you guys, and so what? Which I would like to bring something different. I would like to try and do like a some form of like podcast, definitely, but then have a live aspect to it. So there would be the podcast put out live, possibly for members only, and so the members could jump on and have their say when it comes to a podcast based but a live aspect of it. So then obviously the members could have their side of things when it comes to an input into the podcast, and then obviously then that could go live on the channel. I mean, that's just an idea. I don't know. It's a really interesting concept, but if there's any kind of love for it, I don't know. We could do it here. I mean, obviously I've got all the technology here to live stream. I've got an internet connection good enough to live stream here, and a half decent quality as well. So that's fair enough. But it's just an idea. So I'm not quite sure what the appetite for it would be. Right. So are we ready and done on the things? Because it's 3 hours worth. Oh yeah, and I've just had, oh, there we go. I'll just see, yeah, power leaks. No, there's more there. I'll just see. Beverages, okay, yeah, I've got that one. Thanks very much for your fix to spike, yeah. And I've got, I tell you what, let's just do, what's your picture of the Masters, and do you have a flutter on the majors? No, I don't actually. I don't really bet on anything really. I'm not a great bet. I mean, I do the lottery every week. You never know. You've got to be in it to win it. No, Pin Nico. People would listen to his back in their cars if they missed the light. Well, that's, yeah. Some of the stuff I do, I mentioned during the comment watching AskGolfNut. I've just seen there's just something's popped up. Send it on, yeah. Interesting debate. Should we call it? I'm not quite sure. PN UK Media, PN UK Golf. I'm not quite sure we call it a interesting debate. Because I just have my say on certain things. People just say what they want, and I just have my say back and job done. Ivan, hello Ivan, hope you're well. Hi Jay. So truth about coaching, how have you got on with your own coaches, good and bad? Well, I'll be honest, I have never really had a proper lesson. In the whole time I got all the way up through, I've never had a lesson. So there's been loads over the years, more so years ago, not so much nowadays, but it's been more so years ago, of people on the PGA Tour that have never really had that much structured coaching at all. Obviously some had loads, but you've heard of them where people don't really have that much. And so, like we had someone earlier on, I can't remember who it was. Oh, I don't know now. Where has he gone? Right at the very start. I'll have to go, keep going down. I can't see it now. No, can't see it. Too far back. Basically said he was down to a very, very low handicap and he's never had a lesson apart from 15 minutes, where I don't really count that. And that's exactly that. When certain people are I'm exceptionally good at mimicking. I see something and that I'm not doing, and I can mimic it, and that's enabled me to get to where I am. So I'm not saying that you have to have golf coaching. All depends what type of personality you are. I mean, what type of learning style you have. Other people have to have a lot of coaching just to get to a certain level, where other people, and it's finite, it's only a very small amount, can actually get very, very good and not actually have a lesson because they identify problems that they have and then they work out how to fix it. So when it comes to coaching, by far the most important thing with coaching is, one, you gel with the coach. Absolutely got to gel with the coach. The coach has got to understand how your brain works. Your brain works, everybody's brain works in different ways, so you must ensure that when it comes to the coach can articulate what he or she wants you to do in a way that your brain can understand that and interpret it in a way and actually then make the change. But yeah, when it comes to coaching, if you look at some of the people on tour, they have some really, really strange actions, and let's face it, they have so many strange actions, really you would never ever teach it, ever. Yet they do, and they've got very, very good at it. So if you were to say, when it comes to coaching, if an individual, even if they were terrible, I'm talking like really bad slicers, if they just worked on their swing 8 hours a day, of which they can't because obviously work and life gets in the way, they would have no lessons whatsoever, they would automatically get better at doing it. Absolutely. And would they, obviously their handicap would come down. The problem is their distance would be their biggest flaw then, because obviously they're doing this to a golf ball, not like that. So, okay, make them a little bit more efficient and more effective by doing that. And they can still have characteristics within their swing and stuff, but yeah. I mean, if you've got someone who's fading it, or whatever it be, and they're swinging fast, if they're swinging fast, they've got club head speed, so you haven't got to worry. It's the people that swing slow and go like that, well, they haven't got the speed to waste, so you need to try and make them a bit more efficient. But effectively, if someone who's bad never had a golf lesson, they never changed anything, and all they did is concentrate solely on doing what they currently do constantly, and never changed it, they just tried to work on their ability to repeat that action time and time again, the handicap would get better. Absolutely it would do, without no coaching whatsoever. It's just the fact that the reason why amateurs stay at the level which they are is purely basically because they constantly keep changing. They spoke to their mate Dave, and Dave said, well, I've been trying to do this, my coach has told me to do that, oh, I'll try that. I've been on YouTube and I've seen someone say this, and I'll try and change that, and I've been on the magazine, and it's like this. They change so much, so quickly, so often, that all they're actually ever doing is practicing being inconsistent, of which they are, well, they do very well. So yeah. Right, what have I got? Gotta go on back there. Mr. Mumble says, yes, I've listened to it at work, then on my way back home, and now back home, all live. Mr. Mumble's in the house. Mr. Mumble, who went from 28 handicap to 15 to 16, so, and Mr. Mumble got some love earlier on with people saying congratulations and well done, and lots of thumbs up, and well deserved for doing that. Forrest says, my dad taught me, but took my first lesson last year on shot shaping, which was great. Yeah, and that's the great thing. So when it comes to, so when you're talking about, as a coach's perspective, when you're talking about someone who's good at golf, when you're talking, when I say someone who's good at golf, I'm thinking single figure handicaps. If you're a single figure handicap, there's not much, really, honestly, there's not much I can tell you about how to hit a golf ball. Yeah, you've got past that. When you first started golf, however many years ago, you were trying to swing a golf club and making contact with the golf ball. That was what you were trying to do. You were trying to swing and hope that that golf ball moved. There come a point where you haven't got to worry about the movement of the golf ball. You know you're going to hit the golf ball. Where's it going to go? That's the next stage. And once you then started to know that you're going to hit a golf ball and you've got some idea about where it's going to go, you get to a point about, okay, Well, what shape do I want to hit it? And so you get a natural progression of how you progress in golf. And so, yeah, when it comes to that level, as soon as you get to a point of where there's really not much I can really teach you how to hit a golf ball, what I can teach you, those skill sets, and those skill sets are there to put feathers in your cap and, well, armory as such, weapons in your armory. So when you're on the golf course and you've got requirements to hit a certain shot, regardless if it's high, low, left, right, left, or whatever it be, you have those, well, you have that ability to be able to do it because you have that skill set. That is what happens. It's tuition changes as you get better anyway, but yeah. GolfNut, so Jay, I am sorry to say I must run for supper. Yeah, the missus is beckoning for my attendance at the table. I really am the boss, but shh, don't tell her I said that, lol. I won't, don't worry. That is very funny. Ivan says, nice one, interesting. Have met better and worse over the years. For sure, prefer a coach who wants to help with my swing rather than trying to teach me theirs. A coach should never, ever teach you how to swing the way they do. Biomechanically, you are absolutely different. That's before you even talk about how you perceive certain things when it comes to two different minds see things absolutely differently. No, you teach the individual. Keith, hello Keith, or namesake, Mr. Smith, Keith Smith, hope you're well. You'll get a special shout out for being named Smith, there you go. Keith, I've seen the explainer circle in the background of your videos many moons ago. Yes, have you ever used the device and did it help? If so, have I ever used it? No, not from my own personal point of view, no, I don't use it. However, do I think it's worth? Well, I think it's an amazing tool. Personally, I think for an amateur to understand the nature of playing, I hate the P word. I hate lots of words in golf. I hate P for plane, I hate C for compression, and I hate, what's the other one? Oh yeah, L for lag. Many things are completely inconceived and misunderstood about golf. Plane, compression, and lag. PCL. There's others as well, but I'm just talking about them. Yes, but he's very, very good. Understanding where the, we'll keep with the plane idea. When we're talking about hand plane and head plane and the differences and the similarities between things on the shot, on the swing, keeping things in line and certain things. Now, I'm not a great pretty pictures coach. I don't really care about pretty pictures. I care about functionality and consistency. And so you don't have to have a swing from a book to show you how you swing, how consistent you are. But there are there are some measures within the swing, depending on how many moving parts you've got. The more moving parts you've got, the more potential struggles you have, or at least the more compensations that you have to put into your swing to attain a certain delivery point. And so as soon as you have something which is compensatory in nature, it's going to be inconsistency within reason. It's going to be inconsistent. So it's the consistency of it, which is going to be the basis of your handicap. I always like to try and keep things as simple as I possibly can with people. So less moving parts basically means less to go wrong. And when you've only got a very short time within your working week or month or whatever it is to be able to practicing smaller movements, as in not smaller movements. I mean, we still want to swing, you know what I mean? But less movements to do the same action. It's going to be more consistent. Absolutely. Andy, hello. Jimmy, I was in the same position and went for a pin crossover 3 and liked the results. Jimmy says, got fitted for G430 irons, 5 to pitch wedge plus 45. Yes, because obviously the pitching wedge is a bit wacko. Any recommendations for sorting the gap between the driver and 5-iron, 20-degree loft-wise? You can go like Andy just said there. He's got on the next one, he's got a crossover 3. Very good. Now, obviously, they've changed for this year. It's now more of an I crossover than a G, but depending, obviously, which one you've got. It doesn't matter, they'll do the same thing. There's many different driving irons that would do that, or go for a hybrid. If you don't like the hybrid idea, obviously you've got different variations of driving iron or utility iron, if you want to call it, that do different things. So yeah, there's lots of different options even within that driving iron, utility iron bracket. Dave Edmonds, hello. A good golf coach is like trying to find a good plumber, in my opinion. I'm a plumber, by the way. Saying that today, Dave, if you want to know, I was trying to increase the pressure on a, what was it? Oh, I don't know now. What was the, I think it was made by Ideal, a version of boiler, combi boiler. Have I still got it on there? Instinct, that's what it was. It was called Instinct. Well, on the front anyway. And managed to do it by myself. I do most things by myself, and I didn't make a mess. Filling loop, well, you can call it what you wish. I just managed to open up the taps that went for a little while, and then I saw the needle go up beyond sort of like 0.25 of a bar, or what was in there, not a lot. Put up to about 1.5 bar, all good, all good. Right, so, haha, good job. Don't go over 1. Really? 1.5, sorry. It was, I went to 1.5, it's fine. Right, it hasn't blown up yet. Martin's Reef, components of the swing less equal, oh my, hang on, TV's about to go off. Better turn these little, press a little button. Press a little button. Everyone's a winner, there we go. Nothing's gonna go off now, there you go. I'm trying to swing on plane with lots of lag to really compress the ball. Suggestions? Yes, Forrest. Thank you very much for your $5 for winding me up. Right. Swing on plane with lots of lag to really compress the ball. Oh, yeah, thanks for that. People, the thing is that I have had people say that, or very, very close to that. And it is just like, okay, where am I going to start? Really? Which part of that sentence do you want to start with? Yeah, right. Right, where's the next one? Spike the Blue Collar Golfer. Dinner ready? Time to go in the house for a bit. Night, Jay. No problem. Hope your dinner's nice. Ivan, that's a great tip, David. I'll phone my plumber and see if he's good for a golf lesson. That's a very good point. You look at it that way. Yeah, I saw my friend Alex, and he's a plumber. You can go for him for a golf lesson if you want. Actually, his brother is a very, very, very good golfer. Lawrence Dodd used to work at the range many, many years ago with me, and he's now over at Colford Private School, and they've got a golf excellence thing over there for the kids, and it's very, very good. But yeah, he's doing very well for himself, so well done to him on that one. Absolutely, good luck to him. But yeah, so we're looking at, it's now 11:30. 11:30 means, even for all American people, it's time for tea nearly. You lost me at private school, haha, yeah. Well, we all got to go somewhere. No, I didn't go to private school, but yeah, I hated school. Couldn't stand it. Absolutely hated school. Frugal fixes spikes, power leaks. No, there's more there. He's just sent me an email. What's this? He sent me an email. Oh my word. He has sent me an email. Oh, that's the original one. Do you know what? That's the original one I haven't replied back to properly yet because I've had to go through all the things. So he's, hello, you have Aldi? Do you have Aldi in? I didn't know you have Aldi in America. Is that right? I didn't know that. I am now flabbergasted. I didn't realise you have Aldi in America. There you go, just learn something new every day. Gotta go. Thanks for the great info. Forrest, you've been a pleasure, and thank you very, very much for your very, very kind donations. It's been lovely, really has, and I want to say thank you very much for it. I really do appreciate it. Aldi. Oh, does it matter if it's Aldi? Potato, tomato, you know, whatever. Your plumber's bro after private school, yeah. TLDR? TLDR. I know SLDR. I don't know. Yeah, hope you get all the stuff done during the coming weeks so we can get you back soon. Yeah, I do. I've got lots of decorating and I've lots of other bits and pieces to do. I've got the plasterer coming on Thursday to do the downstairs cloakroom, and that means then I've got to fit the bathroom suite into that. I've got to do the flooring, so I've got to knock up some self-leveler, get that one down, and then get the floor, get all the suite in. Yeah, I've got to paint it as well, obviously, so I've got to miscoat it first with fresh plaster once that's dried off, and then got loads of things to do. Busy boy. Right, Spike, we got going there to get you. Palmer, you are hilarious. You do make me giggle. Thank you very much. That'd be funny if that ever gets delivered. Oh, can you imagine that? PNUK, too long, didn't read. That's right. No, I did read that. It's some really good information there. Spike the Blue Collar Golfer. I'm a master plumber, but I didn't work for my golf game. No. Everyone has their niche in life when it comes to it. And yeah, sometimes, well, I found mine. That's one thing you could probably guess, possibly, I don't know. I haven't done everything, I suppose, so I don't know if I'm better at something else. But yeah. Right, so it's now 11:30. If everyone is ready to go, then, or unless someone wants to talk about something, I'm quite happy to carry on. But I'm thinking it's 11:30 for me. Everyone else seems to be thinking about, I can't help. Forrest is just, that thing he just said, I'm trying to swing on plane with lots of lag to really compress the ball. I don't know, can I get rid of that? It's really starting to drive me mental seeing that. I mean, I really appreciated the $5 that he put on there. It was really very, very kind of him, but I look at it and I'm starting to, oh. Oh, that's dear. Mine's been, including our chat, Jay, will get there, no rush. Yeah, I know. It's, oh, I'm busy tomorrow. I was on the road early this morning to do certain jobs for the in-laws, moving stuff around and stuff like that. So that's what you do for in-laws, isn't it? You for family. Yeah, so I've been busy. Right, there we got. Oh, there we go. I didn't, oh, I had to update it. There we go, all come up for, Martin's just popped on the screen there. I admit on another screen, just didn't pop up on that screen, but it's coming through anyway, which is the main thing, so that's good. Oh, dearie me. Not if she hasn't changed the name on Facebook, they don't. Yeah, that's true. No, they are, they're fine. Yeah, I know, that's all right. No, my in-laws, I mean, they're actually nice people, they are. I mean, when it comes to it, you don't choose your family, and I suppose you could say you don't choose your in-laws, but no, they are. They're good people. So been lucky on that one as well. I've been lucky on many things when it comes to my latter part of living. Right, are we finished? Anyone wants to start? Go on, quickly before I decide to go, because blink if she's still watching. I don't know. That's the thing. I'm going to need to blink at one point, don't I? Staring. No. When it comes to it, Jay, you setting up a studio in your new house. Ceilings won't be big enough. I did think about, because we've got a double garage, I did think about setting up a studio in the double garage. Yeah, but when it comes to a simulator, I mean, what I'll probably do is that one day, I mean, I did do a video, did I keep it? I can't remember now, about just introducing in here, but the problem is there's so many aspects to a sim that people either do or do not care about, and there's a lot of things that some people care about and some people don't. You could spend, I mean, I could spend ages on that divot mat alone, talking about the divot mat, and people will think, oh, the divot mat's brilliant, and other people think, oh, divot mat. So it's quite an interesting dynamic where a very focal amount of people will find it just like intensely interesting. Other people will be like bored. So yeah, I don't mind either way, but I might do a bit more in detail with it. But yeah, when it comes to the missus, I don't know if she's still watching. I think by 23:34, of which is the local time we are at the moment, that she will be well and truly asleep. They'll find it interesting when they see you find it interesting. Well, I don't know. There's certain levels of me being enthusiastic about stuff, which I generally speaking am about most things. I think that only goes so far to try and, in some way, bring joy to otherwise what some people would find boring topic. But yeah. No, my wife has definitely gone definitely gone to sleep by now. I'll have to trottle off and yeah. So agree, test us. Well, I'll tell you what, just for what they call something and giggles. Let's flick over as I need to get up. Oh my word. Oh, I'm getting too old for this. You realise this, don't you? God dear me. And what are you going to see me on? Oh, no, whichever one, doesn't matter. We'll go for it. Right, so, I need to get up more really. I need to move that camera up a bit because, and I can't because of the lights. If I do it, well, it shines in there. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Right, so this one will do. Divot mat. Let's see if I can get it up. Yeah, there's no jokes on that. I've got to try and. God, this might be a pain in the backside now. Got to try and. How do I get it up beforehand? Was it just slightly on the side? Here we go. We might be able to get this one out. Come on. You can see it. There we go. There we go. Ha ha. Da da. There you go. So as you can see, I've got a hole in the floor. Yep. Oh, got to be careful. Don't hit the old microphone. And that is how my. Should we go to this one? There we go. Whoa. Stepping on stuff. Right, so that is how it's made. So effectively you've got this, yeah, which is putting turf. And the good news is obviously you can peel the top off and then it will just literally then just replace. So that's nice and easy and you can putt off it and everything. And then underneath here, I made the mistake. There's a little, I don't know how close I can get to. You can't really see it. There you go. You can kind of see a little shiny bit just underneath the grass itself. That is, and you can see it obviously here. That's polycarbonate. I made the mistake, first of all, of making it out of perspex or plexiglass or wherever you are in the world, acrylic. Doesn't matter what it is. But the problem is it shatters if by impact, and of course hitting wedges, and that's what's doing it, like that. And so, yes, I've upgraded. I have upgraded to full-on polycarbonate, and bearing in mind, polycarbonate is the same stuff they use in bulletproof screens. So, yeah, this should, within reason, hold the impact of whatever I can throw in it. And it's bigger. It's 800 mil this way and 395 mil that way. So whatever that means in the world of inches. So, yeah, something like 2'8" by, oh, crap, how's 400, 300 and about so nearly 15.5 inches, I suppose, wide. Yeah, there you go. And so we've got black bits on the bottom. Let's go get closer to here so I can actually read what it says on there. Clip this and share it for 100 people in the world that will love a divot mat. Oh yeah, do you know what? Have fun. Just, yeah, go for it. Thought it was going to be that carpet thing that changed the pattern when you hit it. No, it blooming well isn't. God, definitely not. That's swearing, that's it. Spike says, I use ABS sheet on mine for the durability, but too small. Yeah, so it's bigger. As you can see, it's quite big. And so this here, so people can see, different foam. So I've got closed cell foam on the outside. Closed cell foam is a more of a rigid foam. It's squashy, as you can see. Yeah, it will squash, but then obviously retains its shape very, very quickly. When it comes to here, the main parts, I've got little bits of closed cell foam right at the ends, and that basically because obviously you're talking about the size of this thing, it has a tendency to want to do this, sag, yeah? And so by having those things up there, it keeps it much flatter, but still allows the rest of the board to bend. And so these open cell strips are much, as you can see, they're like memory foam. So you can see my fingers are still in it, but then you go, it comes out. And then you go, fingers, you can see it, yeah? And that's the whole idea. So it allows the thing to squidge, but then by the time you're ready to hit the next shot, it's recovered and it's ready to go again. Proper foam. Now that's a bloody big difference. Well, it's worth doing, worth going big. No, because what happens is if it's too, okay, from a quad's point of view, because there's obviously GC Quad down the bottom here, GC Quad has got a hitting window. I'll put it in a sec. So basically I just push it in and then it goes to a point of where you can't see it, but it just needs a little bit of pressing in. I'll do it later properly and it disappears, but I'll do it properly tomorrow. Can't bother to do it today, but it's done. Yeah, it's fairly like that already, job done. Yeah, so if you don't do it big enough, if you hit the ground and you hit the area of which obviously it's there, then you might end up smacking the end of the divot mat, which will break it and stuff like that. So bigger is better. And so because I've got putting green grass for the whole entire length of everywhere of my studio, apart from fringe grass around the outside because it just looks a bit better. When I made this in a certain, everything was measured and everything was prepared and designed way beforehand. I have got replacement parts for this top. So as soon as this wears, this little surface down here, as soon as it wears, I can then peel it all off and then glue some more back on top. Job done. Keep all the sub parts, all that bit, and it's just basically replace the top all the time. That's the whole idea. It is version 2 and it's now the one that I will have forever. Hope everyone enjoyed that. You hit the back edge of a small one, it will let you know quick. Yep, especially if it's made of perspex, it will shatter like the old one did. This one's made of polycarbonate. Bulletproof, well it's not bulletproof, but you know what I mean, it's made of the same stuff they make bulletproof screens from. So yeah, there you go. So that's my divot mat. Did everyone enjoy that? Yes, see, we're still here. Well, I tell you what, let's have a little look, shall we? No, you're not. There's only 26 people watching now, so we've gone down. And so a certain amount of you have fallen asleep, which I don't blame you, because obviously we were talking about divot mat for a second there, which is rather boring. Right. You lost 10 with that. Yes, that's what happens. We start talking about divot mats and people go to sleep. If I start talking about game improvement irons and show different game improvement irons right in front of the screen, viewing friggles will go crazy. People love to see, but yeah, it's fine. It's only about, so this kind of, by the time we are now 20, nearly quarter to midnight. This is just for fun now anyway. PN Golf, you guys say, but there's thousands that will be gutted they missed it. Well, they won't know, that's the problem. Ivan says that they don't use those mats here in Sweden. They just wheel in a pile of snow to make it realistic. Yeah, how do you play that? I suppose you play it like a bunker shot. Explode the snow. Yeah. But I was thinking about doing a live, I mean, it would be hilarious, it really would be. You know, a live FSX skills challenge. Although the problem is, and this is the problem, I'd like to do something like that, it's just that there is an issue with doing this and doing this as such at the same time. Now, because my system, it's not a bad little system in there, anyone who knows about certain things, it's an RTX 3070, which is okay. It's nothing like brilliant, but it's okay. But it's got a 5950 X in there, so it's a fairly decent CPU for editing, and a decent graphics card really for what it needs to do when it comes for editing especially, and then just showing stuff up on there. The problem is when I'm live streaming, I'm also encoding at the same time, so I am that graphics card is being utilized. Hopefully I'm going to do Task Manager now, hopefully it won't blow up. So at the moment OBS is using 36% of the GPU. Now when I'm running FSX is running 90% plus of the GPU. So if I was to run FSX and OBS to stream, something's gonna give, and it may not like it. Could you do it on Twitch, Jay? Oh, well, I'm struggling. I mean, I've only just learned how YouTube live works, and I'm normally pretty good when it comes to, but then talking about Twitch is a different platform. I mean, I'll be starting from literally nothing on that. It's taken me long enough to get to, well, basically, where are we now? What, 12,000 subscribers nearly, give or take. So, and it's growing, which is good, really good. I'm happy that it's growing, absolutely. But yeah, it's one of those ones where I don't really fancy starting all over again. But looks like Restream, go live on everything, take the load off OBS. Look at Restream, go live. Well, I suppose what I could do is I could take, there's some settings on OBS to move some of the load from that onto your CPU. And my CPU's hardly doing anything, it's sitting there doing nothing. Or I just go get a 3090, which I'll probably have to do anyway, because I run 4K on everything. And so FSX Play, on certain golf courses, the frame rate does drop a little bit, and it looks a bit, it still looks good, but it just obviously, yeah. So I think I may at one point have to invest in a 3090, which is a bit of a pain. But then I don't know if I'll be able to, because I've got more problems than, because I've got a 10 gig network card in there, obviously to run to my NAS, and that runs straight underneath the graphics card. Now a 3090 I think is thicker. I don't care, I've got clearance in length, but it's the thickness to it. And so if it's thicker than the 3070, it's going to fail the 10 gig card, and that means I need to, well, yeah. Problems, first world issues. Restream is cool, you stream it to, and then they push it to your socials, Twitter, Facebook, and yeah, okay, yeah. I have a code, I think it gets you £15 a month. I'll need to try and look at something. It would be quite cool to be able to try and do a live FSX, but I fear that something's going to give. It will give if I try and do something like mixed in streaming and also hitting at the same time. It could go horribly wrong. If I had two PCs doing two different things, then, because when I was at the range I did do some live stream stuff. I did a Rogue X against a G700, I think I did, and I was doing a live review of it, which was fun. But I had two PCs doing that. I had my streaming PC, which was basically this one, or whatever it was at the time. And then I had the laptop, the gaming laptop, which was doing the simulator, and of course then I outputted the simulator stuff into a, what was it? It was a Elgato HD60S, which then whacked it into, yeah, that kind of idea. So I managed to get away with doing that. Can't do it at the moment, see, because I've only got one PC. It's better, it's a good PC, but I need to change OBS to see if I can make it much more CPU intensive rather than GPU intensive, so I can do both things at the same time. Good with me. Right, so if everyone's finished, I will disappear. Or shall we just do another 12 minutes just so we can make it to the 4-hour mark? Yeah, should we just do that? Yeah, we'll just do that. Oh, I could put my shoes back, shouldn't I? Let's put my shoes back. If not, I'm going to trip over them because I keep on having to trip over them nearly. Or tread over them at least. There we go. Put my shoes back. Oh, getting too old for this. You can see me on that camera there. Hello. They can go there. Stay. And they go there. Stay. That'll do. That's fine. Right. I've got to do 12 more minutes. So we get to 4 hours. I need to round it up. You need to place it on your divot mat and address it with your 56 wedge. Watch it go instantly down to 10%. That would be great, wouldn't it? You know you want to. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. But the good news is, let's go back over here. The good news about this divot mat though, and it is, I mean, the amount of shots I've hit already on this divot mat, it's not down properly yet. There we go, I'm feeling it. It's not quite in its location. It's better now, it's getting there now, but I just need to settle it in so it's sitting on the ground. And anyway, so when I'm hitting shots on here though, the good thing is you can hit the ground quite hard if you want to. And the bad thing about having brand new grass, and this is the thing, after a while it sorts itself out, but brand new grass, you do get a little bit of this stuff. Matte. And it does, yeah, flake off a little bit. But the good news of it, by hitting this, you can hit it as hard as you want. And it doesn't give the shocks up your hands, or just, no, hang on. There we go. Just noticing and getting, yeah, a picture of that. You don't get shocks up your wrists and your elbows, and with the amount of shots that you hit in the simulator environment, having that lack of impact on your joints, especially as you get older, is a good thing. And now that's the one thing I did find when I was researching, even months before this was going to be how it's going to be, what kind of flooring I wanted and what kind of area to hit from that I wanted, because I didn't want to have to do this twice because it's a pain in the backside doing it once. So yeah, just research the living out of it and make sure you get it right to start with. But what we got in here? I525 or JPX 921 forged, 923, so 923 forged. Oh, what's your missed point? Can you hit 112 yards to finish? Oh, 112 yards to finish. God dear me, 112 yards to finish. Oh, 117. I suppose you're going to have to take word for that. I'm not going to pick the quads. I was 117. I've got an 8 iron and I'm trying to flick it. 117 that was. 102. Trying to dial it back too much. Trying to fade the living out of it. So you've got 9 minutes. Yeah, I've got 9 minutes at 112 yards. Mat melt. Yes, exactly what it is. When you hit the ground, it hasn't gone down properly yet. I need to sit it back in its little seat. But it's fine. Yeah, and it does. And until the mat starts to age a little bit, once it starts to age a little bit, it's fine. Then it doesn't melt as much. But at the start, yeah, it does try to melt a little bit. 117 again. I could just go get my, where is it? Where's my gap? There's my gap. There's my gap. There's my gap wedge. There's my gap wedge. Ooh, bit more. Doesn't need much. I'll have to go get the phone. What was it? We need another another camera. Oh, spinny. What are these spinning up at? for a gap wedge. 9,200, not bad for a gap wedge. But I have got a, well, fairly decent gap wedge here. Oh, so we're going for 112. So we're at 109 quite easily within a few yards, but I can pump 109s out there quite. 7 minutes. You should make a rough divot mat and a bunker divot mat as well. Core. How much room have I got? Right, let's stop messing around. This one, 112. Now I've warmed up a bit. Oh no. 100. I'm always a few yards off. Cool, I'm getting some serious. Look, Matt, look. Who's Matt Melt? Get the Hoover out. Who's counting down? I'm getting some serious spin, but I mean, this wedge is fairly decent grooved, and I am using a fairly new RB Tour. Neil X34, explanation on early extension a few live streams ago has changed my game. Understood the why and could apply it on the course conditions swings of the day. Handicap 21 to 17 since. Well done. It's YouTube. Leave it till 11:59, then say you've got it. No, I don't do that. No, I don't do that. I must admit. If I'll right, this last one, 112. 116, bugger. Do it again. Not the last one. $115. I'm dialing it back 1 yard at a time. We could be here a while. Well, not that much. Go on, I'm peppering around the 115s. 3 yards too far. Although we're talking about 112 with spin back. $115 again. Why do you say 115? I could near enough whack that thing anytime. We'll do the explainer, the question in a sec. 114. Oh my word. Right, so Neil Deck says, explanation on the extension a few live streams ago had changed my game, understood the why and could apply it. The course conditions, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so early extension. So I have early extension. If you look at my posture and everything else, don't need my top anymore, I have early extension. Because of my setup and how I do things, I suffer from early extension. I don't suffer from it really. You can see them hasn't gone down properly. I need to put it back down again. I'll do it later, it's fine. It'll be fine. So early extension, if you look at my posture, I am quite what they would seem as bent over, yeah? So I've got quite a bit of room here, but because I've got quite active hips, if I was to stand more upright and have the hips that I've got being active runs this way, not so much this way, then I would interact with my hands and then cause myself huge dynamic lie issues, because obviously if I was much more traditionally postured and hips went this way, my legs will want to get in the way, my hands will not come down and smack my own legs, so they park out the way. Well, the golf ball hasn't moved, and if I don't do anything with my wrists, obviously I'll be swinging out over here. So your wrists kind of bend down this way, and you're getting huge ulnar deviation, and by doing that, obviously you make contact with the golf ball, but you then obviously compromise dynamic lie. Now, I choose to get around that a different way without, my swing itself is absolutely fine, so I don't compensate for it from a point of view of in a detriment to my swing. So I just put myself in a position where I can actually give myself plenty of room. My hips can do what they want, and I don't then compromise the swing. Have no problems whatsoever. 151, do you reckon? Or 148? 148. Felt a half decent swing. But That's how I do it. I mean, you can be taught out of, you don't have to do early extension, you can do early extension, it doesn't really matter. As long as you don't go too much, as long as you're not going like, you're starting at here and you're going like that, I mean that's, yeah, you don't have to all swing this way. Your hips can come this way a little bit, but yeah, it's fine. Everything's a spectrum, everything's a spectrum of acceptable. As long as you're in between that, you can work with it well. Right. Great kneel deck seat. Well, kneel deck's getting a little bit of love here for doing so well. Every miss adds 5 minutes to your finish time. Pumped. Has to have alive all night, 4 minutes. Oh, okay, grip it down. I don't do grip it down, I cut it slightly. Let's go back to I didn't realise I was answering questions rather than getting 112 yards. Right. $116. I'm either 115 or 116. $111. Does it really matter? Yes, it does. No, it's too hard. 117, thought so. As soon as I hit it, I know that's going to be too hard. Cut it slightly. Too much. No. 1 minute. Yes, basically. Here's a picture of just trees rather than seeing my desktop. No, so I either grip down fractionally too much. That's gone to 109. No, see 109 again, so yeah. All the balls starting to get a little bit. Oh, for some reason Quad thought that was a hybrid. I don't think it's a hybrid. Right, last one. No, I haven't done it. You still here? I think I'll be here for a little bit. You can go bed when you hit it. No, sod that. Right, look, full on, full out baby cut to finish. $113. See, I could at any point turn around and said, yeah, 112. I don't do that. I think everyone's realised by now, whatever I do is honest, good or bad. No, that was nowhere near. Top of driver, you'll get it. I like the honesty. That's all you'll get from me. Good or bad, doesn't matter. I've probably got more chance of it 112 with my 8-iron. Not a hit like that, wouldn't. No, too thin. 107. So you don't know, you've picked a number which is right outside my normal. Well, it's right in between, but it's fine. Always within a few blooming yards. It's close enough. It's close enough. Oh, I didn't realise I had it on there. I could have done it on the other one. I should have had it on that one there, but I do apologise. It was fun. Right, supper was great, good. Glad you enjoyed it. It's good to have a nice supper. What did I have today? Can't remember now. We know your trustworthiness, Jay. Yeah, Nemesis number achieved. 112, yes, not normally a number I set myself, absolutely not. You got me bothered now. I want to go hit the 112. It's now midnight, so I better not. Shall I do a few more? Shall I do a few more, shall I not? I'm waiting to see what people think. Why? Because it was 12 minutes to midnight when I said it. Oh, yeah, thanks. Do it. Oh, I'm chunky, and it's going to drive me insane. You and we can't sleep until, which way around? That way around. Right. You know it's now where the glove comes on. We're not messing around now when the glove comes on. I've got to reset this divot mat in now. So shouldn't have got this out. It sits in this little kind of in the floor. I wish I could get the camera out so you can actually see the internal workings of it. But right, we got a glove on. We are warmed up within reason. I won't be warmed up to do driver, but I'm warmed up to do a 50 gap wedge at 112. So this is normally about, I don't know, about 3 yards or so, 4 yards outside my normal. So 112. Oh, 113. Come on. 112. I've done 113, I don't know how many blooming times now. 112. No, too much. Going the wrong way by a couple. Come on. Going well the other way now by a couple, 110. I shouldn't complain really, I mean they're all fine. Oh, pad strike. That's my fault, low on the face. It's always gonna be my miss. Do it, he says. Use your 60. Oh, I can't, no, this is a 50. I can't get a 54 to it. I mean, out of 54, that'd be absolutely munched. Absolutely munched. What's that? Flush a 56. Well, I've got a 56 round here, but it won't, that's too much. 56 for me will probably be around about 100 yards. .98, yeah. So, yeah, it won't be that one. Back of the stance, de-loft it slightly. 113. Yep. So I've got the number if I de-loft it. I don't do 3/4 of anything, that's the problem. That's the thing, if I have got the problem I've got with my swing in essence is the fact that I have intermediate distances, like half distances, where I have my full distances, I just basically just slightly fade it or draw it. But when it comes to proper weird ones, well, again, we're talking 6 yards in between. If we're talking in between 6 yards, which is what we are at 112, thanks very much. I just have to then, yeah, I mean, let's face it. Yeah, you swing fast. I well, fast-ish. I mean, this is we're talking small golf clubs, so we're only at mid 80 miles an hour. .114. That would have spun back. Absolutely. Get the 52 in the display cabinet. No, that's a 58 copper. That's not being taken out. Definitely not. Love the copper. 112, that was 113. No, that's not gonna be right. No, see, 114. As soon as I hit it, I thought, nah, it's a fraction too much. You'll still be here in the morning, I'm off to bed. See, now you give me that and then you disappear. That's just not right. Right, last one. Too little, 108, yeah, so I thought so. Try and dial it down a bit. So thanks for that, appreciate it. Not. Oh. Right, so, there we go. Thanks very much for that, appreciate that. Give me something to work on, 112 yards, nemesis yardage. Thanks for staying around. A little bit of fun at the end. That's a mad bloody number. It is a bloody number for me. 112. I don't think well, obviously I've had 112, but I don't think I've ever left myself 112. I never leave myself 112. Equal shot 125. No, it won't be 112. I'm steer clear in that. No, I don't leave myself anything less than 93 anyway. I know you can do it, Jay. Got a bet on this. £2 from Martin. Thank you very much, Martin. That is thank you very much. I do appreciate that. I really do. When people won't. Stupid thing. I normally try and I normally have like a viewer activity where I can actually show on there. But unfortunately it won't come up, and it shows me all the people that are very, very kindly donated. So all the people that very, very kindly donated today, it's no, it was very kind of it. It really does mean the world to me when people just do that out of the kindness of their own hearts. It really does. Gavin Hahn says, Standy hard pack. Yeah, I wish it was that easy. Give myself one more club length. Yeah, pain in the backside, 112 yards, 113, 111s, never 112. I'm gonna start doubting quad now. Right, so yeah, so just to reiterate, well, thank you very much for everyone that has donated. It does mean the world, it really does. Okay, now give me 20 push-ups. Go bed, good live. PNUK's donated £5, thank you very much. 112 push-ups from Niels, yeah, appreciate that. Right, so I'm going to go very, very quickly through all the people that have very kindly donated today, and because it does mean a lot to me when people do that out of the kindness of their own heart. So, PNUK Golf, £5, thank you very much. Martin Reef as many times that he's donated little bits and pieces, and £2. Neil Dex, 34 for the $10, and thank you very much for getting your swing sorted and your handicaps getting lower, which is really good. Martin again, Forrest, he's trying to swing on plane with lots of lag, really compress the ball. Thanks very much for that. No, thank you. Martin's Reef again, I'll tell you, you're a star. No show YouTube drink, that's what we all need. Oh, we've got Golf Addicts, $75.50 for saving him some money. Forrest, Martin again, Dave, Glass Grooves, Niels, I can't forget you at all, Don, Martin's again, thank you very, very kindly. It means the world, it really, really does. Glad everyone had fun. I had fun too. It is now the longest one I've ever done. Is it? I'm not quite sure. It's very, very close anyway. I'm not going to do 112 push-ups. It's been a long time since my wee body was happy doing push-ups. They will still do push-ups, but I think I'll be busy over the next, I don't know how much time to be doing push-ups. Yeah, all the fun that I'm going to be having very, very soon. So appreciate all your time. Stick to your guns. Glad I'm stumbled across your live. Good fun. Golf needs more like this, Jay. Well, they don't, unfortunately, do they? Golf Addict has gone in. Cheers, mate. $5.50. So I've saved you. I've now only saved you 98% of what you've just saved. Last week was longer. Was it really? Oh, no, well, yes, it was, wasn't it? I think it was 4 1/4. Well, it's fine. I don't think there's any records to set. I don't think people are going to be watching this when it comes to it in its totality anyway. But it's a bit of joyful fun anyway. And plus as well, I'm not quite sure how my battery is. No, it's pretty good. I've still got a quarter battery on my, what do they call it? My Rode wireless microphone. very good actually. If I do some course vlogs and stuff, I actually do sort of see what the distance is between them, so you can actually still. Them road mics are good. I've got a few different ones on here, which is like just normal desk mount ones and stuff like that, but these ones are really good. It just makes sure, the problem is with a mic like this is when you swing, that sometimes you do catch it and it picks it up and stuff, which is a bit of a pain in the backside, but it's all good. Golf soon, hopefully. Come on, springtime. Well, this weekend coming is where the clocks do the switcheroo, and so it will be much better when it comes to the evening golf. We just got to wait for the blooming temperature to catch up. Golf saying, yeah, they're good on course vlogs unless you give one to Phil. It's like Darth Vader. Yeah. Like that. No, it's bad enough sometimes when it comes to peaking. Yeah, it's fine though. Right, so okay, all good. Everybody has finished. I don't want to, if people like finished donating, I just don't want to sort of like click off and people are going to do something I feel bad then not saying thank you very much. PNU Golf, PNU UK Golf, what is your first name? I can't keep on calling you PNU UK Golf. Lol, well worth it. Good, I'm glad you enjoyed it. This is the personal side of me. We get a live stream from the honeymoon. Oh, Paul. I'm glad to meet you, Paul. We didn't know last names as well. That's absolutely fine. Paul Nicholson. Hello, Paul Nicholson. Paul's fine. Yeah, on first name basis here. Can you give us a preview on what equipment reviews are coming up? Well, I'm still trying to. That's the thing. I've got to try and get to. I'm trying to get hold of Cobra, I'm trying to get hold of the Strixon stuff, I'm trying to get hold of the Titleist stuff because I'm getting obviously a lot. And when it comes to my situation that I've got, when it comes to me doing what I do, as the channel's grown, I've always had access to like Ping and Mizuno, the odd bit of Callaway here and there, and also the odd bit of TaylorMade as well. So I've got access to a certain amount, absolutely, but again, we've got Strixon, we've got Titleist, we've got Wilson, we've got many different manufacturers that I haven't tested and which need testing. Strixon's are one. So my task over the next number of months is to try and get hold of the manufacturers and try and arrange some way of getting hold of samples to do some testing reviews and also comparisons, and then be able to do that. But obviously I've got first a few weeks to get out of the way because I've got some home stuff and life stuff to do. Paul's now telling us and postcode DN59. DN, is that Doncaster? I would say that's DN. Was it Doncaster? I'd guess that DN. I'd put money on it. Oh, I don't know. He's now thinking. Paul's now getting on the chat quick. Yeah, Doncaster. Oh, I've been up to Doncaster quite a few times. I know Doncaster. Yeah. Do Doncaster, but all talk funny up in Doncaster. They can't help it. This is what they are. Right. Okay, Paul. Jay's got a special bit of equipment only seen on the honeymoon live stream. Well, that's a completely different show. That's definitely going to have to be after 9 o'clock. Right. So, if all is well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to disappear because I think it is now the longest live stream ever. PNU darts player. Well, he's from Doncaster. It's because he can play darts. No. Gav's having to say now. Gav's making a poll of his own. He's now deciding he's going to ask everyone to see if they like darts. Mr. Mumble, thank you, good night. Niels, maybe test comparison between the hybrid woods you have access to. I'm going to do what's in bag soon anyway. Haha, no, that Paul Nicholson darts player, he's Oz. Good try though. Yeah, I'm going to do a what's in the bag soon anyway. Or he claims to be Oz. We can all do Aussie accents. Or we'll try to do Aussie accents. How funny would it be if one of the reviews I did, Geordie, if I did it in a different accent, and all the new people that saw me wouldn't know that actually it's nothing to do with how I actually speak. And they'd be so, dinner cold, wife, yeah. Whoops. Ken, if you ask Ping for a digital loft and lie on a 10.5 degree, what's the max loft that you can get? Is it loft and lie somewhere about 1.5 off stock? Or as you mean, what for adjustment? If they say if they would see if they could adjust it, or are you saying what the physical allowances are for QC when it comes to the loft being off, plus or minus? Is that the one you were thinking, Can? Allowances. They don't. They're very tight on certain things. Now there's always going to be, and they'll measure them. I mean, I've got a Ping head round here somewhere where they've measured it like to the 0.1 of a degree and stuff. So they are QCing their heads. But yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if a 10.5 degree driver was more than a degree out. Definitely, absolutely. Good night, sir. No worries. Go hug the missus. No, she'll be asleep. Don't wake her up. When you're ready for bed and someone drops a proper question but nice answer. That's right. They're all welcome. Cheers, Jay. Another great stream and great interaction from the community. It was brilliant, and I love doing these things, and it's great. So the more the merrier. But it's good fun. It's just, yeah, I won't be able to get much done when it comes to editing and video making and stuff over the next week or so. So these, I think, are important that I keep going. So to give the core viewers, the ones that are obviously that interact, that want to be part, as you know, you're always going to get a certain group. You get the people that watch, and you get the people that watch as a pastime, but you get the people that really want to be a part of a group or community, and then yeah, so I do feel the need to well, just to keep you going with this community that we're growing, and it's fun, it's nice, it's a little bit of a laugh at the same time, and you still get your questions asked and answered, sorry. So yeah, that's the whole idea of it. But I will be doing one next Monday as well. Right, so if all is done and all is well, I'm gonna disappear because I've got an early-ish start tomorrow. Yeehaw. Yeah, but little one had a preschool today, first day or first hour or so in preschool. The missus was, the wife, she was worried about the little one not enjoying it, and you know that. She cried because she didn't want to leave. So that one's not a problem anymore. So she wants to go to preschool, which is great. All time by ourselves. But yeah, everyone's growing up. So it was a pleasure, everybody. Thank you very much for joining in, as always. And all being equal, I will see everybody this time, well, not this time, 4 hours before this time, next week. So hope you're well, and we'll see you all again. Well, not see, but you know what I mean. We'll speak to you all again soon.